Good evening. I will call the Finance Committee meeting to order on May 15th, 2023 at 6 p.m. We have one item on the agenda this evening, the proposed FY 2024 municipal operating budget. The City Council has 45 days to act on this FY 2024 operational budget that was submitted by the Mayor. With that, I will begin with order number 23-100-8881, communication from Mayor Vigent together with proposed FY 2024 municipal operating budget in the total amount of $188,751,024, which represents a 4.57% increase over FY 2023 appropriation from the year before. I will begin by reading the letter submitted by the Mayor. Honorable President Ossing and councilors, please find enclosed for your review the proposed FY 2024 operating budget in the amount of $188,751,024, representing a 4.57% increase over this year, primarily due to continued increase in utility costs, Assabet Valley Regional Vocational School, contract services, and added staffing. During budget planning, 13 department heads requested changes in personnel and/or salary increases. Before supporting a salary increase or added personnel, we prioritize the need, research comparative communities, and current collective bargaining agreements. All noted union and non-union positions and salary increases will need to be negotiated and approved by the City Council before any increase or hiring takes place. Again, we are presenting a conservative budget and have included some highlights below. Local aid and revenue, based on the Division of Local Services using the Governor's budget proposal, the city is projected to receive a net total of $44,015,549 in local aid due to a substantial increase in Chapter 70. We estimate that new growth for FY 24 will add an additional $2 million in tax revenue, continuing to help stabilize our tax rate for residents. Human Services, we are proposing to expand services with United Way by $70,000 to include a social worker in the United Way contract effective July 1st. We are currently working with the United Way on a job description, and we'll share it with the City Council when it is finalized. This position will give us a full-time seasoned social worker who will add follow-up services to clients who are referred to Human Services by our police, fire, Board of Health, Code Enforcement, Veteran Services, and Council on Aging. I want to emphasize that this will not be a caseworker, but a full-time social worker that can refer residents to appropriate social services. This position will work along with Nilsa Roman, who acts as our Human Services Director, and all relative city departments who have felt a burden due to a lack of mental health services available to those in need. The community social worker will fill that gap and regularly support these departments with public health safety concerns. Board of Health. Included in the Board of Health budget is a new substance abuse prevention coordinator that was approved recently and who began in late April. We are waiting on the finalized amendment from the legislators for allowing municipalities to deposit statewide opioid settlement funds in a separate account outside the general fund. Once this is approved, the city will fund this position fully through the settlement funds. Public Health Director John Garside will monitor the process of programming and education in the schools. Public Library Director Sarah Belisle has requested 2 new union librarian positions, Head of Adult Services, Program Outreach. In addition, although not required for municipal employees, we are proposing to increase the library pages hourly rate from of $10.56 to $15 to align with the state's minimum wage. We will follow up with the draft orders, job descriptions, salary tables where applicable at a future meeting. Public facilities. We have added 2 custodians/house workers to maintain the enlarged public library and balance the school's additional workload from Goodnow Brothers Elementary School. and we plan to bring the city custodian / houseworker position more in line to the school's custodian houseworker's salary. Public Facilities has struggled to find a plumbing contractors, and we are proposing to raise the salary to attract a qualified plumber to fill this new position. Currently, the city contracts out plumbing work at $120 hourly rate. Additional applicable information will follow at a future meeting. Fire Department, a large percentage of their increase includes 2 years of contractual obligations due to the execution of the 2021-2024 Fire Department contract. Changes to recently executed contracts should reduce overtime costs in the future, and Chief Breen will closely monitor. Marlborough Public Schools and Assabet Valley Technical Vocational High School. The Marlborough Public School District will have a 3.6% increase over last year. Thomas LaFleur will begin on July 1st, 2024, replacing Doug Diaz as Finance Director. Mr. Diaz is retiring from Municipal World, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank him for his dedication to our district, especially most recently handling the NRT busing issues. Assabet has significant increase of 14.8% for FY24, and the city has minimum authority to control their spending. As previously discussed, we will have only one voting member of a 7-member school committee board, even though we have 50% of the students and pay over 50% of the bills. Department of Public Works. Due to increased revenue from the state, it is a good opportunity to increase the snow and ice budget by $500,000, and this will soften the burden of using free cash in the future for this purpose. Capital outlay. We are proposing to use the capital outlay account to fund a new vehicle for the police department and the clerk's upgraded polling equipment. Please note that this account in the past has been used to temporarily fund projects that we receive state grants for when the monies are delayed. For example, the IT department is working with the fire department on implementing a crucial dispatch software upgrade where the funding was delayed for almost a year and we had to put the project on hold. I'm proud to share that continued disciplined fiscal management will allow the city to fulfill the higher cost of doing business and above-mentioned incentives that will, with a $2.5 million reduction in the real estate tax levy, a 0% increase in health insurance to our employees and retirees, and a 0% increase in water and sewer rates to our residents with the FY24 budget. I would like to thank our strong finance team, Auditor Diane Smith, Finance Director Patrick Jones, and their staff for their continued dedication. Sincerely, Arthur G. Vigent, Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. If you would like to give a budget summary and review, please.
Mr. Chairman, members, department heads, thank you very much. This is my 30th opportunity in going through this budget, and thankfully, my last. But I'm sure whatever you're going to throw at me isn't going to be as bad as the early 90s when I was in your seats. So I just wanted to go through a few things that were included in the letter for the most part. With this budget, we're looking at a $2.5 million reduction in our tax levy, unheard of just about anywhere. And if you decide to make some cuts here, the tax rate that I'll be setting for the last time will even be better for you through the election season. So we'll see where we end up there. It also will pass along 0 health insurance increases for our employees for this year. We have reserves set up, so this year we can get away with doing a 0 increase in our health insurance costs for our employees. The water sewer rates this year will also have a 0 increase for our residents. Again, the revenues have been coming in on the water and sewer side, so we should be fine having a 0 rate increase in our water and sewer payments. I have included a couple new positions. The two new custodians that are in there because of the library. We went back and forth on 1.5 positions or 2 positions. I don't believe there was any addition to the staff when we increased the school. And this will make sure that we have this new building that we're spending $25 million on to stay looking as good as it does the day it opens. I also changed the rate for the custodians. That's something that does need to be negotiated with the unions. And before that rate will increase for their pay, that will have to be agreed upon by the unions on July 1st, for July 1st. The reason I did that is there was about a $5 difference between the city custodians and the school custodians, so I raised it to half of what the difference was, just to try to compensate because of some equity issues. Reserve for salaries, we have about a dozen employees in there. Obviously, some, due to their contracts, more substantial than others. You've approved many numbers over the years for different members that are retiring. That always comes out of reserve for salaries. What we do is we send out a request to all department heads. Any potential retirements coming up this year, please send us a number and a calculation for what they would need to walk out the door with upon retirement. We put that in the reserve for salary. There's nothing in there because of outstanding contracts this year. It's all because of retirements. Whether we use that or not will depend on how many our retirees go out the door. But again, that comes down here for a transfer before the money is used for any purposes, including the salary line items. We've already had one additional one that wasn't planned on when we started doing this budget. Azabeth Valley, as was mentioned, there's about an $850,000 increase to this budget, almost 15%. We continue to get a little frustrated with the fact that we don't have as much of a say as we should have over there, and we're trying to work on ways to address that. Snow and ice, as I stated, we went up $500,000, or double the number we had in the budget in the past. It was a good year because of the additional Chapter 70 money we received from the state. So that's going to be $1 million in there this year. What we've usually done, it's the only number you can run into deficit, so we've always continually just funded the $500,000. It went up from, I believe, $250 to $350, and then a few years later we went up to the $500. This is, as I said, this is the only number we should legally be allowed to run into deficit, so we usually pay it at the end of the year. The transfer is going to be coming down at the next meeting for $1.6 million for the deficit this year in our snow and ice. So depending on where free cash is, that's a big bite out of the free cash item. There is a transfer of an employee from an equipment operator from solid waste. That went into solid waste from East Water Treatment Plant, so you'll see that position in there, a reduction and an addition. That's just a transfer between different departments. I've included in this budget $70,000 for a social worker. I think we've seen this year more than ever between the Council on Aging, the police, the fire, the Veterans Director, Human Services themselves, we've seen a much larger need of people that have some issues that need to be taken care of. We're not looking for a long-term caseworker. This is someone like we have at Human Services that has resources that they can send them to or make a phone call for them. And so we're trying to contract again with the United Way and use someone from their office that will be housed here full-time at the call of police or fire, Council on Aging, veterans, and any other departments that may run into an issue where they need someone that maybe has a little more expertise in this area than the people we have on staff. The library, I did put in 2 positions, 2 new positions. Again, will not be hired until this body approves a salary ordinance and a job description. So although the funding will be in place, there will be no additional position, there will be no hiring until both of those are taken care of. In the pages, we realized they were making under $11 an hour, so we've increased that to the state minimum wage, even though we're not required to do that. Capital outlay, as I stated in the letter, this is something where those last-minute things come up, and other smaller issues that are capital requests. This year, one of the things that I would have liked to have done, we have a $100,000 grant that supposedly has been granted to the city of Marlborough to upgrade some of our dispatch equipment and implement some new methods. We haven't received that yet, so we can't start the project until we actually receive the money. So I would have been taking that $100,000 out of the capital outlay and then backfilling it when we actually get that grant in. I think in the past I've used this money for police vehicles and things like that, and it's really one of those where the small amounts come in during the year, and we're able to have some money set aside. No, I haven't bought a new desk or anything for the 4th floor, so it's not like it's just being spent willy-nilly. It's on things that the city needs that may come up during the year. And I know one of the questions that come up is just come down for us with a capital outlay account, with a capital request from the council. The process down here just sometimes takes too long when you're trying to do something, when we're trying to make last-minute decisions. Like I said, for that grant, I thought that grant would have been here 6 months ago, but it wasn't. So it was cut last year. If it's cut this year, then we won't get those things done. I've already told the president, and I told Finance Chair Irish that the request of the president to do the voting booths and the new voting machines for the clerk's office will come out of that money if it's approved for $300,000, and we can go out and purchase those on July 1st. Another increase in the budget was the tank maintenance program that we entered into a year or two ago. There's $151,000 in there. A couple of the other notes, fire department is high, and that's because we just finalized the contract, so we have 2 years of increases in there. And again, the firefighters have been waiting 3 weeks for this payment to their salaries. It includes last year and this year, so I would ask you to expedite that so I can get them paid for. Get the request paid for, get the request approved without any attachments on there. Get the money so I can pay the firefighters. They've been waiting a while. We talked about the capital outlay, we talked about the janitors. As I stated earlier, one of the other things is 13 different departments asked for changes in personnel. Not an additional clerk or an additional laborer down at the DPW, but changes that require either non-union salary ordinances or negotiations with unions. Hasn't happened in the entire time that I've been here, but that there's been that many requests. As I stated to the president and the finance chair, I know the president's not happy that he didn't get his increase for the assistant clerk, but I did tell him that I would send down that with the other approvals for any other employees or changes to employees that we'll be sending down. It's not included in this budget. They will be coming down before the end of July with an additional supplemental request for funding, but at that point, they'll have the ordinances in place and the job descriptions in place, and the backup for non-union employees for the communities that we usually do the comparisons to. Firefighter, again, I just want to say, some of these things didn't get completed when we submitted the budget, we have been waiting, firefighters approved this, approved their contract, and I received it 2 days before submitting the budget. So thankfully, the firefighters all agreed. We had 2 days to put those changes in the budget and get it to the printers and everything to get it done on time, so I could submit it to you on a timely basis. It just, negotiations took a lot longer than we thought they would. Just one more piece of good news. With this, with our projections that we have right now, we're looking at a $59 million excess tax levy capacity. We dropped a third. Everett with the casino just knocked us out of the park. So it's Cambridge and Everett and then us, but unheard of in any other community throughout the state. So I just want to say I think we have a good budget here. I think there's good news, and I do want to mention two things. Again, please get that transfer done for the fire department and expedite that as quick as possible without putting silly attachments on it. They deserve the money, let's get it done. The other one is the $100,000 or the $95,000 for the 1%. We messed up at the payroll department, and I came down and asked for that, and I asked you to get that moving as quick as possible. The other thing I want to mention is, I know Councilor Ohm was concerned about the new person down in the health department and wanted to meet her, and we had a $9,000 transfer in there for her. She's no longer with the city. So we're starting the process over. You scared her away. No. She left for some family obligations, so it wasn't anything that we did or she did at all. It's just, what's that? Not me. No, thank you. So with that, I think that's all that I have. I'll be glad to answer any questions overall, and then we'd be happy to get into the mayor's budget and then pass it on to all department heads. I'll be letting them speak for themselves. The only last point that I want to make to everyone, and I've warned them, we had a department head meeting today just to give them a heads up. If there's something you don't get an answer for, you're unclear about, or you don't think is warranted in the budget, cut it. I'm not going to go back and forth. If they don't have answers for their budgets, cut it. And I'm okay with that. I'll live with it. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will briefly ask the committee and councilors if they have any questions before we start going into the budget review.
If I may, Mr. Chair, and I'm sorry to hear about the substance abuse person.
You and me both. It took us a while to find one.
The city can definitely use someone, so I know you're asking us to expedite the fire, which I'm sure we will without any silly attachments. But I would ask you to expedite the hiring process for the substance abuse person. We need one.
I think it's already back out.
Okay,
with
good.
John.
I would hope
walked
so.
out.
And I don't think you're going to see any silly attachments. We're not going to get in the middle of a union negotiation, in my view, but that's my own personal view. The payroll was mentioned that we're still partially paper and we're doing electronic payroll, but not 100%. Do you have an answer for when we'll be 100%
We'll
electronic?
leave that for our payroll department.
Okay, then I didn't know if you knew the status. And you were right, we got about $8,200,000 more in Chapter 70. That's nice to see for the schools. One thing that was mentioned in your budget presentation was the interesting fact that our house values in Marlborough have gone up 10%. So thankfully, that new growth projected in FY24 of $2 million will help to balance that out a little bit, because you know, your house goes up, either the tax rate goes down or you're going to see a tax increase. So, but yeah, values of homes have gone high sky in Marlborough. We are a magnet, I would say, on the state of Massachusetts map as it relates to living here.
I just want to caution everyone that absolutely the values have gone up substantially. Anything we say right now, we're anticipating $2 million in new growth. We think we should be able to hit that number, but we won't know for a little while. And we also don't know where the shift is at this point. So that's something we just gotta keep in mind, and make sure that the residents see some of the benefit of that state aid.
No, I think it'll be great if it does occur. I know you said estimated
Yep.
FY '24, 2 million new growth. You're right on with Assabet. I don't disagree with you, and I've had that discussion with others, but we're up to 510 students. We added 49 additional students the past year.
Yep.
So we put in quite a few students to that school, and it's attractive. It's an attractive situation to go to a technical school in today's world. I think more and more people are looking at technical schools, even over college nowadays. So I'm glad to see that. The open space plan, I'll ask Conservation, but they mentioned that it's still on, it's not been brought forward to look at the open space plan. I can ask that question unless you know the answer.
Close,
Close,
It's
okay.
close.
Because it'd be nice to see that.
but she'll answer it for you.
And then I have other questions for the department heads for the city of Marlborough. They all do a great job. You did a nice job on the budget. I just have a few questions for some of the departments, but thank you for your presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Any follow-up questions for the mayor? Council Perman.
Thank you, Chair Irish, and I just want to reiterate, thank you for the overview, and I'll reserve most of my questions for the department heads, but I did have one. I know there was the overview from the HR director and mention of updating job descriptions. I know periodically we have things come down from your office around updating the salary ordinances to be reflective of the demand or, you know, the lack of applicants and wanting to be competitive in the market. I'm wondering if that's something on your agenda moving forward to really look at the salary across the board for different employees and make sure that we're remaining competitive, not only to fill the positions, but also to retain our current staff.
It's been a very frustrating process, and the problem is, by the time you get it started, it changes before you get it finished. Because we've seen that with the ones we have come down with and changed. I know your trustee assistant is on that all the time, where the code says, I think it's every 2 years that it's supposed to be updated for the job descriptions, because when we review some of these positions that have been around forever, you see, you know, cleaner of the horse troughs in there, and, you know, it's just, these things are so old. But no, you can ask the HR director, but I can tell you, we just haven't had the resources at the time to get it done. He has full staff now for the first time in a while. We're hoping we get more of it done. My initial thoughts are, let's look through these 13 departments first, and see if we can figure out which ones we should be moving forward for increases and which ones we're just not gonna be able to do right now. But, so there's substantial work when you do that, because, you know, I don't wanna be caught short and find out we didn't use the right communities or the right title or something like that. So I wanna make sure I have the good information and I can provide it to you, so, you know, you're not saying you provided us the wrong thing when we approved that, and I don't wanna.
Well, I appreciate it, and I only bring it up because I want to say
Yep.
that I support you
Nope.
bringing that down to the council, because I know we've been able to do some positions when they become, you know,
Yep.
top of mind, but thinking about it cohesively, and I know with the library positions that you're putting forth, there was a nice salary range that was indicated for current communities. I thought the range was a good opportunity for us to see what Marlborough should be doing. I know there were suggested ones for those positions, so I think that that strategy might help, so we can kind of move up if we need to, but see kind of what the range is overall. So I just wanted to raise that as something, because I know it's sort of an overarching city question, but I'll follow up with HR.
And the new library director, and she'll be coming up, but she provided a lot of that information. That's why I felt comfortable sending down the number, but we just weren't ready to send down the package of changes at this point.
Thank you, Chair Irish.
Council Perman. All right, so for the, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the goal for the Finance Committee and Council, the goal this evening is to get through the school, police, fire, public Works Department, see where we're at. We won't take up another department to review after 10 p.m. But with that said, I will
Chairman?
begin. Oh, yes,
Do you wanna go through mine right now while I'm sitting here?
we can certainly do that, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm ready. And it's so, it has so many line items that, you know.
So
you
the
could be
mayor's
here for a
office
while.
would be on page 15. So we'll start with the mayor's office, and then next we'll go to the school department. I didn't know if, Councilor, did you have a did you have a question?
No,
for me?
we can ask questions while the mayor's here.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're just talking about salary surveys, and you know, I've always had questions on that as well. So, in respect to the mayor's salary, when's the last time that's ever been overviewed to determine if we're in the going range of what a mayor is making in today's world?
Well, I should have taken Councilor Roby up on it when she made a motion to approve it at, I think, 1:30, Councilor, back then.
That was a few years back.
So I should have pushed it a little bit, but no, when I did a couple different changes, it was probably, I don't know, 5 years ago now. I know there was discussions about the mayor's salary. I came down with comparable mayor's salaries and allowed you guys to decide what the salary should be. So you set the last one. I didn't make a recommendation, but I did try to find comparable communities to send it down. It was, I want to say 5 years ago. I don't know if the president remembers, but, so we did it about then. They're all over the park. I can tell you we're gonna see a couple mayors every year leaving to take town manager jobs, because they leave, being mayor, they get a $50,000 increase, and it's a lot less headaches, because department heads in towns actually kind of run everything. It's just the town manager is like the quarterback, you know, but, so, is it low? That depends who you ask and what day and, you know, everything. So it's probably not a bad idea to do the same thing, send down a bunch of them and say, okay, where should it be? You see some communities our size, I think, that we were one of the lowest when I sent it down. I think we were, I don't know, third or fourth in the state out of 46, 45. But, you know, I don't know. I wouldn't make a recommendation on that one.
No, and the reason I bring it up, you were 100% correct on town managers. They're anywhere from 200 to 300 at this point.
Sounds
200
good
to
to me.
300,000, and you compare
Gotta do
that
it
to your,
retroactive.
you compare it to your salary, but then again, they're qualified in most cases. They have a master's in public administration.
Right.
And they probably had some experience. They probably started as assistant. But again, back to the mayor's salary, yeah, I think that would be a good one for us to review down the road. We're not adding to your budget tonight, but I think it should be brought to the table with other salaries, you know, just so everyone's
Yep.
being looked at. And I've spoken to others too. I think Marlborough's growing at the rate it is, where someday, and it won't be in my lifetime, so don't worry, but someday we should look at the form of government that they use in Worcester. They use a qualified manager for the town, person with a master's most likely in public administration, just like a town manager. But it won't be in my lifetime. But again, I think Marlborough is growing at the pace it is, that someday we look at, I think it's Form B government as Worcester utilizes. That's my only comment on that. But
Bristol, Lowell, Cambridge, I think there's 4.
yeah, there's a few of them out there, yeah.
There's 4, but it's totally different.
But thank you for your answers, and again, I'm okay with your budget, the
Yep.
way it's presented, because I can't add to it.
Thank you, Councilor Prumman. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair Irish. I just had a quick question. I know it's also on the salaries for the executive admin position. I know there's been some turnover in the office on that position. Is this competitive? I know, or I know when Trish was in that position, right, there probably was some amount of years of service, which is why the FY22 actual is higher. Is this just like a different step for the FY24 budget?
But that position, we've kind of tried to figure out what was fair. Again, there was an increase over my term, where we came down and made some adjustments to it based on other salaries in the city. Again, so if you start comparing communities and the number of staff they have in the mayor's office for somewhere 43,000 people and 21 square miles and $200 million budget, they have more people. We have the 3, and I haven't had a full staff in a while. We have an intern up there. Interim up there now, and we're fortunate that first week of June, our intern who just graduated is going to be starting for us full time. So, we're excited about that, and I know that Tricia's excited about it too, because she's been doing double duty for a long time, so.
That's great to hear. And then the other question is on the summer employment, just kind of an update about the line item we see here, how many interns does that fund? And, you know, I know in years past, like, the council hasn't been able to necessarily engage with them. I'd love to have them come to a council meeting or engage more directly with those young people. So I was wondering how many you're anticipating to be hired under this line item for this coming summer?
It just so happens I'm gonna get that answer now. Did you hear the question?
I did.
How many summer interns are we hiring? Approximately?
About 15. And is the process, just for clarity, that departments are requesting someone, or you see what people's interests are and then make those matches?
Come on up.
Definitely.
Come on up.
We need you at a mic, you know?
So we put out an email to department heads to request what the needs are. And then based on that, we try to match students up with their backgrounds and what they're majoring in. And, you know, we usually ask students, do you have a second choice? Because we get a ton of students who want IT. And, you know, we might get, it depends, every year is different. So, you know, we might have a couple that are majoring in political science. This year, I think we only have one. So every year is different.
And, you know, we'll try, also, if someone applies and they'd be a better fit at the MEDC, we'll send them their way and they pay for it. Same thing with the CDA. If we have an extra one that, you know, and Chad's looking for one, we'll send them up his way. So we try to utilize as many of the kids as we can. And, you know, I've said it before, but Chad was one of our interns 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Now he's running the show. So the program works, and we also have the high school program that is done through Mass Hire. So we don't pay them, but again, just another program that we try to keep the high school kids and the college kids going.
And the high school kids do 6 weeks, the college students do 8 weeks, and depending on when they go back to school, if the department still could use them, sometimes we extend that, and they actually come back during breaks too to help out, you know, their winter breaks.
That's great. I know that probably helps when there's, you know, some staff fluctuations to have that extra support. And I do remember seeing the intern amount listed in the MEDC budget, so I'm glad that you mentioned that. Just was curious, I know this is level funded, so I'm assuming the hourly rate is remaining the same, which is good. I know we raised it before to keep it with the minimum wage, so I was just wanting to get more of a scope of how many people were included in this number, and hopefully it's something we can continue to grow.
And, you know, if we get 20 good applications, I might come back down and say, hey, can I have another $7,000 because we have good people. But I tell the department heads, this is to do those projects that you don't have time to do. You know, it's not to have a kid sit around and, you know, get paid just to sit around all summer. DPW uses, you know, the kids down there. We want them working, but doing things that we don't have the time to do.
Yeah, the last thing I would just mention, obviously, we mentioned someone who'd interned and then became a staff member. I know it's not necessarily the succession planning at this stage yet, but you're definitely putting that spark in them for municipal government, so it really is very powerful, and hopefully a lot of them will return to work in the city. So thank you for continuing to put this in the budget. I think it's a really strong program.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Roby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor, I guess my question is on dues and subscriptions. You
Yeah.
have an increase. I know your line item is spent for this year,
Yeah.
so is the increase just normal increase of stuff, or you getting new
There was a change, State House News used to be free through the MMA. That changed last year. So we have 3 subscriptions. I believe my chief of staff has one, I have one, and the president has one. So we pay, I think we're allowed 3 with the subscription. I think it's 3. So they changed, and that's really what the increase is. I think there was one other one for $100 in there. But the majority of that increase was State House News.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rowley. Councilor Dumas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor, we cut the substance abuse awareness line item. What was that used for, and was that going to the new counselor?
We've been funding it for 3-4 years now, and we didn't get we didn't get as much out of it as we were hoping to get out of it. That's why we decided to go in a different direction.
Sure.
We are gonna be having the vigil again this year. So flags are purchased and some other expenses that Kathy's been volunteering for all these years and doing a fantastic job. But I just figured with the new person coming on board, they could be running with the programs, and obviously being a full-time employee, also be aware of grants or things like that. We couldn't ask Kathy to do it because she was volunteering her time for the whole program, so.
I just didn't want to see the flag program get canceled or that vigil night. So that will still continue, even though this was cut.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That program will still happen, that
Yeah,
prevention.
Do you know
Okay.
when that is?
That's in September.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dumas. There's no further questions, and, Councilor Landers.
Quick comment, we'll be quick. I think Councilor Rowley has a right idea when she talks about the mayor's salary up around the 130 range. What we have to keep in mind, I don't know who can live $112,000 here, unless they have another business. That isn't always the case when someone into the mayor's job. So we sometimes, Councilor Rowley, will have to go back to your area, your range there, maybe higher. Unless you take Councilor Berman's situation and look at B like this. So I'm just throwing that out now.
Counselor, you may, again, want to reconsider that it should go retroactive to when Counselor Roby proposed it the first time.
Well, that was my next comment.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilor Landers. Any further questions of the mayor's budget review here?
Just,
Councilor Wood.
as he's sitting here, will he also cover Fort Meadow? Because I have a question. I know you typically
we
take
can
I'm
do
not
it.
that,
gonna
Councilor.
cover Fort Meadow, but
Is-
I think it was the increase in the weeds, but we'll leave it in the weeds until Conservation Officer comes up.
Okay,
Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, if no further questions for the mayor's budget item, then the next one would be.
Thank you very much.
We'll start with the schools, superintendent's operating school budget. Good evening, Superintendent, Director Diaz. Good evening.
I knew I was going to do that.
I'd also like to take this opportunity to, again, thank Douglas Diaz, Director Diaz, for all the help over the years, working with the budget, doing Chapter 70, and all your service to the wonderful city of Marlborough, and I wish you all the luck in your future endeavors. With that said, I'll pass it over to Superintendent Murphy.
Good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Finance Chair, councilors. Thank you for allowing us here tonight. I know you have all received our full proposed budget. Mr. Diaz is joining me here tonight, and he will give you a very brief summary of our FY24 budget. Then we will both answer any questions that you may have. Mr. Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, if you allow me, I just have a 30-second summary of the 170-page book. Year over year, the school committee is requesting a budget increase of $2,516,367, which represents a 3.62% over FY23. State funding for FY24 remains strong. In FY23, we received $6.4 million. In FY24, we're receiving $8.2 million, just under $8.2 million. That's a 21.72% increase over FY23. Some of the major budget increase areas for FY24 include $1.9 million just for level services. This means we maintain everybody that we have, every program that we have, and meet our contractual obligations to those contracts and individuals. We're requesting $150,000 for an SEL screener, RBT data training, software, and stipends that go with the request. We are looking to expand access to the preschool. As you know, Marlborough has a preschool that is not yet universal, but it is free of tuition. We're one of the few in the state. For FY24, we're looking to add a EL teacher and an EL paraprofessional. For that year, it will be grant funded, federal funding. We're looking to expand our offerings in technology and engineering in the elementary grades by adding 2 FTEs for $142,000. We're looking to hire an SEL supervisor for $113,000. Address the needs of the elementary schools with up to 2 FTEs for $150,000. And we're also looking to shore up and strengthen our registration process with an additional $42,000. Altogether, the total request for FY24 is just shy of $72 million, or again, 3.62% over FY23. We also provide the school committee and the city council with a new 4-year funding plan. That is what we think today we need for the next 4 years. In FY25, we're projecting a 3.59% increase. In FY26 is when we anticipate we will need additional funding to support a new transportation contract. That will be bid in FY25, and the actual numbers for FY26 will be known in time for that budget to be developed. For now, given some of the catalysts that we are predicting, we're just looking at level funding for FY 2027. But as we get nearer, our needs will get clearer. Also wanted to mention that within the 4-year funding plan, one of the things that we didn't account for yet is the fact that we have 5 bargaining contracts that we need to negotiate in FY24 that would impact the FY25 budget. We're also, again, for FY26, looking at the transportation contract, and then in the background, we also have the Richard School Building Project, which has recently been approved by the MSBA, and we're in the early stages of that project as well. That was my summary, and happy to entertain questions.
Thank you, Director Diaz. I'll open it to the council for any questions. Councilor Perlman.
Thank you, Chair Irish, and thank you both so much. Welcome for the budget, and Director Diaz, so nice to see you again. I want to really appreciate how you all give us a lot of projections. I think that's very useful, particularly as we think about what the increases might be over the next couple of years. And I know you mentioned the bargaining contracts and obviously the transportation being really key, so that's something top of mind. I did have a series of questions that kind of correspond to, I guess, the qualitative report with different page numbers, if you don't mind. So the first is on page 12. I know you mentioned priority 1.1 with expanding the PK access, and this was grant funded. Is this supposed to be something that would be built into future budgets? I'm obviously concerned with grant-funded positions just because we want them to stay year after year, so I was wondering what the trajectory would be like for this.
Sure. The funding that we're using for this for year 1 is Title III, which is the federal fund. It's an entitlement grant that we receive every year. We don't expect that funding will go away anytime soon, but it's true that it could, and we like not to fund too many positions with a budget, with a grant. In the future, this may come into the operating budget.
Okay.
Once it does, however, we wouldn't be able to pay for it out of the grant again. So we'll be planful and thoughtful about when that rolls over to the operating budget.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And then on page 14, I know you've provided a really helpful visual around the Chapter 70 aid, what our required net school spending is, and how Marlborough is much higher. Is this comparable with other communities? I know it's hard necessarily to make that comparison, but I'm just wondering if we're at a very high standard in terms of serving our students, or we can always be increasing.
Marlborough is very unique. A lot of our urban colleagues aren't as fortunate as we are, and we're very cognizant of this. The city has taken very good care of the school department. So we are unique in that sense. This gap is not commonly seen in more urban districts. So this is, we like to say that Marlborough is a unicorn because of that.
Yes, particularly with the financial health, so that makes a lot of sense to be able to meet these metrics for the per student spending. So I appreciate that context as well. My other question is on page 16. So I'm kind of looking at the paragraph at the bottom of the page regarding the new EL classroom at the preschool, which I think is very exciting. I know throughout the budget priorities, we've seen an increase in the EL student population and the supports that would need to go alongside with it. Wondered if you could speak about the benefits of having a set-aside EL classroom, and is one sufficient given the population?
Thank you for the question. One of the things that we've talked a lot about as we add the EL classroom is building the capacity of all teachers. So the idea is add one teacher, but have it as a co-teacher, so 2 classrooms that will be servicing both English speakers and students that are coming to our preschool with very little English. That way that they can work on curriculum together and use the same language enriched strategies in both classrooms. Start it with 2, spread it out to 4, spread it, keep on doubling as we move forward. So it is, we want to make sure that all of our schools reflect our community, and so making sure that we have created the environment with all of our students can be successful as they enter our kindergarten, give them that foundation.
Well, definitely really glad to see that this is tuition-free. I know that was a very big deal when it was first proposed to the council, just because it's so unique and not every community, as we mentioned before, the unicorn has that luxury, so that's really important for our students. And I was just curious if this would be, growing and maintained, just given the way the demographics have been playing out and what you've provided.
Another big piece of this is that although potentially we have not been able to add it this past year, we have the capacity, and we had in our budget for this year additional busing to expand that to the preschool as well, to be able to service more families with that option.
Okay, great. My next question is on page 17. So when I was reading through this, it was concerning, but I'm imagining it's learning loss from the pandemic around the reading comprehension in the elementary schools and the need for more intervention. So I wanted to provide an opportunity for some more context from both of you, and if this is something that we can get back on track with, or we'll need additional services and funding in the future.
You'll see a theme throughout all of our strategies of improvement of using our data to drive our planning moving forward. And one of the things that we've been looking at is Goodnow is a very large school. It has the same amount of interventionists and reading support as other schools in our district. Sometimes schools need more than everyone else, and so we wanted to make sure that not only we address we have a new curriculum that's going to be in place for all of our, it's K through 10 in literacy instruction throughout the district, but also just an additional staff member to help that large school to be able to intervene more.
And then building off of that, I know there are the FY 18, 19, and 2022 represented here. Obviously, certain schools have a lower FY22 than others. Is that reflective of support services? Or I know that each school has different demographics, and so I know one of the priorities was really to streamline the education across each of the elementary schools. So is that also kind of feeding into what's necessary for staffing?
It is. Our elementary schools are currently ranging between 550 students and 800 students. And so we have to make sure that we're maintaining a staff-to-student ratio across all of our buildings.
Okay, great. And I just have a few more questions, and appreciate it, Mr. Chair. On page 18, so I found this chart here extremely helpful, and so I would love to see this continue to be tracked and maybe have additional FY years indicated. So I was just thinking about these city demographics, particularly in terms of the first language, not English at home, which now is, over 50% of the student population, as well as the information around the EL student population increasing to close to a third. And that's just something I think we all should be aware of in terms of what also needs to be happening on the city side, because these students have family members who also need to access services in the city. And so I wanted to know how, from your perspective, the school is absorbing the population and making sure that they're getting all the services that they need, that they're very much included. And then I saw the 10 in-house translators listed. Are these folks also interpreting? Is that sufficient for the need? That's something that we definitely would, I would think is a service needed beyond the schools, but directly you are seeing them all, and so having that is really important. So I was just kind of curious, the role that they play, are these folks specifically translators? Do they have other roles in the schools? And just kind of more context on that overall, since I thought this was a very unique and important piece in the report.
Sure. So I'll just say the Student Opportunity Act, the law that allowed us to get $8.2 million this year in Chapter 78, it's specifically addressing low-income students and EL students. And we have a large percentage of both within our demographics. But going back to the city's level of funding for the schools over and above the minimum levels required, it has allowed us to start addressing some of the needs of our demographics earlier than the SOA was passed into law. We've had the 10 translators now for at least 5 years, and they are a huge blessing to our community. They work within the schools, they help translate for IEP meetings, they help translate IEPs themselves. They are in our evenings. Every single piece of communication that goes out from the superintendent's office into the community is in 3 languages, and we do all of that in-house. So we currently believe that the level of support that we have from those 10 individuals meet the needs of the district. If we continue growing, we may need more, but at this time we're looking at focusing some additional investments into this SEL needs of the students. We believe that our translation capabilities are up to what we need at the moment.
I want to add to that. So we want to celebrate the fact that our schools are becoming multilingual. We are trying to have people in our front offices be able to also greet people in multiple languages. So we are looking for Spanish-speaking and Portuguese-speaking employees actively every single day. But it is something we're celebrating, that we have this population. We, as Mr. Diaz said, we are focused on the translators, but we're also focusing on all sorts of support. So all of our teachers have been looking at, had a common instructional goal this year of embedding language objectives in every single lesson. And academic language is not innate to any of us. It's something that we all have to learn. So it's something that applies to all students, including advanced placement classes. Together, we are all focusing on that language-rich environment for all of our students. We have wraparound service providers. We're looking for school adjustment counselors that are bilingual. So we want to make sure that we're looking at the whole student, all of our students.
Well, I really appreciate that, because it does seem like it is such an asset to our community, and to be able to speak more than one language is a real skill, and be able to go back and forth. And a lot of young people are interpreting for family members and translating, so to have those folks on the ground is really key. So I appreciate that context. I have one last question on page 29. I guess it's 28 and 29 around the richer statement of interest. Obviously, the council's been following this. We got some documentation earlier. Very concerned about the number of students. I know we built Good Now and had already outgrown it, I think even before it went live, which I know there's certain metrics that when we work with the building authority that we have to meet, so it's not like you can project for something that you don't know, and wondering if this richer project, where the status is currently, how far do we think it's going to move along, when it might come live, and how much added capacity does that really give us? Thinking about, is this just something that keeps us where we are, and then there's going to have to be another thing very quickly afterwards with the schools, and not something that we're always conscious of given the cost that it has and what it affects for the whole community, making sure that we're planning for that ahead of time.
Sure. The Richer project, the statement of interest that was submitted last year was one of 10 statement of interest that were accepted by the MSBA, the Massachusetts School Building Authority. And we have an induction date of June 1st, in which we enter into a 270-day eligibility period, where we have to meet a set of criteria that we absolutely plan to meet. We have a consultant from the MSBA working very closely with us to ensure that we are successful during that period. At which point in mid-February of 2024, if we are successful, we would enter what they call the feasibility process, where the MSBA, with the help of a consulting firm, looks at what is today, what we project to need over the next 10 to 30 years or so, and then they make a recommendation as to what sort of building would be best for Marlborough right now. It's always a tricky process. We did this in 2015. We ended up with a 4th school. We were very fortunate that that happened. It was very, very helpful during COVID to have the Goodnow Brothers Elementary School. And we have trust in the process and the fact that, we have a say, we have a voice in the process as well. So we'll be communicating our needs, but ultimately the MSBA holds most of the money. So they're pretty strong in their final recommendation.
Okay. I appreciate it because I was thinking around, we're going to go through the process again and they're going to say, hey, you should build another school, right? Like I'm concerned that that might happen just given the cost and, all of the effort that the entire city and schools went through to make another school go live, reroute everyone for which elementary school they would be at. I know that's kind of the highest population is in the elementary schools overall, and then I apologize that I said I didn't have more questions, but there was just one other one that I had written that wasn't affiliated with the page, and maybe it has to do with the SEL comments made about investing in that area. As I've been talking with certain residents about the schools, I know the rise of bullying has come up as an issue, particularly at Whitcomb and in the middle schools, and was wondering if the SEL investment is hoping to tackle that, and if that's something that you all are also seeing at the administrative level.
So one of the things we've been talking about, so we have the strategies for improvement, but we're also looking at, that is the path forward long-term. So that's the budget drivers. What I will be presenting, what we've been working on this year, is a district improvement plan, and that particular, there's a whole section on school safety and discipline, and even that part would be split up between trauma, or social and emotional, and discipline, and how we respond, how we identify which is which, and how we're responding to both. So yes, the supervisor of SEL will be someone that will be working with us because we will be also continuing our work on restorative practices, and that will be ideally the in-district trainer as well. So looking at the trauma and how we respond to bullying or any other discipline as well in restorative ways, but at times discipline is also, our code of conduct applies as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure you all have it on your radar. It was just something that had come to my mind, and when looking at the budget report with the SEL, it seemed like a correlation. So I appreciate you answering all my questions and going through the report, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Orm.
Thank you. Welcome. And I wish you the best. Must be something in the water, because Superintendent Bergeron did it last year. I'm glad to see Superintendent Murphy here. I think he'll stay a while, I hope. I used to meet in public health for Homeland Security. This is just a little note on the side, and we used acronyms all the time. And anytime we use an acronym in a public meeting, we had to put a quarter on the table. How many quarters do you have on you? SEL, can you, for the listening audience?
Social emotional learning.
Thank you. And English learners, EL.
Yes.
And I am very impressed with your yearly report. You have a star report here, just like Superintendent Bergeron had for both of you. I like your priority 3.3. I do have some questions, but when you talk about DEI, diversity, equity, I just did it myself. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, I'm so happy to see that there. Because obviously you're dealing with a very diverse population. Absolutely. And your efforts to make, you basically no longer are just an educational facility. You also nurture. And it's written all throughout this report, how much work you do to nurture your students. So I'm very thankful for that. But we'll get to the questions now. Chromebooks, we have the expert behind me too. He doesn't want to admit it, but Mr. Gibbs might be able to answer it. But how long are those Chromebooks going to be good for, the ones we got through the COVID period?
So we have a replacement program, Mr. Gibbs. Is it every, they get them in 7th grade, they get in 6th grade, they get to take them home in 7th grade, and then they're replaced again when they're freshmen? Yes, yes. So we do not expect them. The life of a Chromebook does not extend throughout a secondary student's history, the time with us. We made that mistake very early, and we learned from our mistakes. There's 2 entry points for the Chromebooks.
So about 3 years, is it?
Yeah.
Is what I'm hearing out there?
Yeah, 3 to 4.
So you have budgeted for it, but the other question I have related to the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, I almost use another acronym, is the energy efficiency of it, because we're seeing throughout the whole budget, electricity and natural gas going way up this year. What are we looking at when we install? I know one's way off in the year FY '26, but what are we seeing right now for some of the retrofits in our schools for energy efficiency?
We're looking at the Jarek School to do an overhaul of the HVAC systems at that school as early as this summer. We're working to finalize a contract right now. We'll be utilizing ESSER 3 funding for that. We have beautiful 1960s buildings. We are somewhat limited in what sort of technology we can implement, and we're somewhat limited in the funding that's available as well. So the plan for JARC is to replace old unit ventilators with new, more efficient unit ventilators, maintaining the existing gas system that's available in that building. So they will be more efficient, but they will not be a completely different HVAC system.
Thank you. So the word efficiency is good to hear, because we're just paying more and more for our utilities. When you did, as Council Perlman said, you did a great job on your charts, and the one that really threw me for a real concern was the one showing your student class sizes right now going over 20. I know you're trying to reach 20 as your goal, and obviously we need new schools, and at least right now we need to increase the richer school, as you noted. I have a question. When they built the Goodnow, did they have structurability, or whatever the word is it structurally sound, that's the word I wanted to use, to add another floor if need be? Do you know? I mean, I know it's off the wall question, but I was thinking.
That's a great question. We built a model school. This was the third iteration of that same building that was built.
Yes.
None of those model schools have a third floor on them. Would it be structurally sound? I honestly don't know. It's a great question.
Food for thought maybe down the road, because I just foresee our population increasing. As I mentioned to the mayor earlier, we are a great place to work and live, so people are moving in. In fact, we're seeing apartments built. We have one already on the other side of town, 450 units. I am sure you must do you get information from some of our, well, we don't have a city planner right now. I'm hoping that will change someday, but do you get any information forwarded to you on what you can expect for student populations as they build these buildings?
We get enrollment projections.
Yes.
We stay attuned to some of the buildings that the council is considering approving. We find that a lot of our projections, we are a hard district to do enrollment projections for. We find that a lot of our new enrollment isn't necessarily from new build. We have a lot of transiency and a lot of folks moving into the city that there are no models, right? There's no model that shows the number of potential immigrants entering this region. So we struggle with projections because of that, but we do receive annual projections from organizations that we're members of.
Okay, so, and I would hope some of our city officials would work with you on that too, because that's a tough number to decide on. But I was just curious what your relationship was with the planning board or even our department, just to get projections. But if you have an agency that can determine that, that's great. I just have a feeling you're gonna be adding another school someday, and I don't wanna scare people, but, you know, we saw Goodnow, and here we are at Richard, but Richard was kind of in the picture at that time. As you noted, FY '26, I love your 4-year projection. That's very helpful, that we're gonna be doing our transportation contract again. The question, I'm not gonna get into any of the business that happened last week. I thank you for what you did through all that, but I see both sides. Anyways, back to that. You go through the procurement process for any bus contract. When you do that, how much emphasis is put into the actual background check of the company to see if they've ever had issues with labor and so forth? Does that occur during your procurement, which you have every right to do during your procurement review?
We do put in a minimum set of qualifications for vendors that they have to meet. That may include number of years operating in Massachusetts. That may include a minimum number of recommendations from Massachusetts districts. That may include minimum number of districts, the size of Marlborough, or the complexity of Marlborough. We don't usually get into labor issues. I'm not sure how well documented those would be, but we can deem, after doing initial research on a vendor, we can deem them non-responsive or non-responsible based on the findings of that research.
Thank you, and I know that was a tough question, but I'm just curious. I used to deal with the procurement law myself back when I was in public government. I am in public government right now, but back when I was a health agent director. And I think I've exhausted most of my questions. Let's see, track new development, classroom space we talked about, maybe some, I know you couldn't answer that one. Don't worry, the mayor doesn't say your budget's approved or not. We don't either, but the school committee does. But in respect to Good Now, I'd be very curious if that can be added on to. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Dumas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in regards to your budget that you proposed and the numbers, the common curriculum and supporting at-risk students at 150,000, I'm assuming that would be a director level position?
No, I think that is, what page do you know what page?
Page 12?
Page 12.
It's priority 2-1, 2-2, the common curriculum and supporting at-risk students to address elementary school needs. Is that not a newly created
That's
position?
the
or-
SEL supervisor position?
Oh.
So there's a supervisor position and the one
Yeah.
underneath that, for the $150,000?
Those are addressing the needs of elementary students. Those are not supervisor positions now. The SEL position is a supervisor position.
So the supervisor, so then what would the $150,000?
Those are for additional interventionists to support the elementary level.
That is 2 teacher-level positions.
Two
One of
teachers.
them is an intervention position, and the other one would be to support classroom teachers. One of the things that we will be asking our SEL supervisor to do is to identify our path moving forward. We do not want to, we have not posted that second position. We want some expert in the social and emotional field. We don't know if we're looking for a behavior specialist to help with behavior, or if we need some more therapeutic support. But it is a teacher-level position. Those are both teacher-level positions.
So two, so will
Yeah.
they report to the SEL supervisor?
One of them will, and one of them is an interventionist that will report to the teacher, to the principal of the building, and it's tentatively identified for an additional interventionist at Good Now.
Okay, so only 1 out of the 3 elementary school have an interventionist?
No, they
on
all
site.
do. Good Now is approaching 800 students, so we'd like to provide an additional support person to give specific reading support to students.
Okay. The reason why I asked that, so the SEL supervisor will be a newly created position?
Yes, that is
Okay.
the one position that you will see it when we did our debrief for our strategies for improvement this year. Almost every single group asked for that position. It goes through multiple different strategies.
So will that position be creating a curriculum for students?
Social and emotional. They'll also be giving clinical support to all our school adjustment counselors. It needs to be someone that has a therapeutic background and
Okay.
is able to help support all of our school adjustment counselors. We have a lot of counseling support for our students. They need some help organizing. They're putting out a lot of fires. They're dealing with crisis. We
Okay.
need a little bit more.
So it's not just a
Structure,
curriculum? It's
yeah.
not just a curriculum base?
No, but they will work on the, especially the secondary, social emotional curriculum.
Okay. The reason why I ask is I know last year we created the curriculum instruction position. My concern is that we just keep creating director and supervisor positions without the actual support staff to actually help the teachers, which will go into my next question is, so I know that the level service budget is 2.76. How much of that is going to be assisting paras with their pay? A lot of my complaints that I hear is paras are leaving the Marlborough public school system in droves because they're not adequately supported financially. So I'm assuming that that is a contract that came up, or are we just adding additional funds to that?
No, we have a contract with all of our bargaining units that are at least good through June 30, 2024. So we're meeting all of the contractual obligations to the paras, behavior techs, teachers, custodians, etc.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Jacobs. Councilor Landers.
Couple quick questions. Lunch program, free, reduced, how's it working this year?
So prior to COVID, we proposed and the school committee accepted that we pursue entry into a program called the Community Eligibility Provision, CEP. And during COVID, free meals were throughout Massachusetts, actually throughout the United States. Through state law, we currently have free meals through the end of this year. But Marlborough is part of the CEP program. We're reimbursed at a very high level. The student participation has skyrocketed over the past 2 years. We're in some schools, including the middle school, which is our highest population, consistently hitting 75% participation in meals, which is something that we're very, very proud of.
Good, so no deficit next year?
Definitely no
Good.
deficit.
One other question, Mr. Chairman. Staffing. People gonna be jumping ship, going elsewhere, or are we gonna, what are you projecting, Ray?
People have left the profession over the
Yep.
last couple of years. It seems like it's not at that same level as it has been. A lot of people are in education these days because they're committed and they want to stay. They love Marlborough, they love the students, they love the community. So I do not think we're going to have the same turnover that we've had in the last
That
couple of
is
years.
tough. I feel for you people.
Yeah,
Salaries, are we competitive?
we're in the right range. We're going to be opening negotiations, I'm sure. We'll hear differently.
Well, you're doing a good job, both of you. Keep it up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Landers. Councilor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have one question. Where'd it go? On page 44, implement restorative justice as a strategy to support a vibrant learning environment. Can you summarize that in a little bit more detail than that?
Yeah, the restorative justice. So about 5 years ago, when Superintendent Bergeron did his entry plan, he heard a concern from across many of the schools about student behavior interrupting classroom instruction. And at that time, he was committed to training all the staff and having us all be trained in restorative practices. Also, we go back and forth. Is it restorative practice? Is it restorative justice? And we're transitioning to the word restorative practices. And that is how we build our community, how we respond to each other, about how we deal with conflict around students or an environment, and our whole focus on establishing those positive relationships where we all can be successful. So that strategy and that goal is something that we've been focused on for well over 2 years, and it's something that we want our new, we don't want to pay other people to come in. It's one of the main reasons, well, one of the main jobs of our new supervisor of SEL is for us to continue. A perfect example is that we hired about 60 new teachers this year. They spent their first 2 days in August before new staff orientation, all being trained in restorative practices. It is something we're committed to. It goes all the way up to Tier 3 to deal with some, even when students need to be suspended, how they transition back to school, and how, as the community, we recognize how we treat one another. You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Wagner.
Thank you. I just want to also commend you on, it's so encouraging hearing you talking about understanding trauma and restorative practices, and these are children with often very complicated lives, so reductionist, punitive responses to behaviors is not the way to go. So I really appreciate all the information you gave, and your responses are very encouraging. 2 quick clarification questions. I tried, it's probably in here, but I couldn't figure out these 2 acronyms. One is RBT, data training, what is that?
So that's Research for Better Teaching.
Okay.
All right, sorry, that's us again. But one of our processes are, we have been committed to a number of years. I think I did it first 10 years ago, is having all of our teams of teachers being trained to look at student data, to identify what needs to be retaught, to plan together, and then look at the data again to make sure that students are mastering the content.
Beautiful. Thank you. And then the other one, on that same, this is on 22, but you probably know it, RPOC support?
That's our registration center. So we want to expand that and make it easier for families to come join us. We want them here. We don't want to create barriers.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Perlman.
Thank you. As folks were talking, I had a couple of follow-ups. One was to build on Councilor Lander's point around the CEP. I don't know if you could just clarify what metrics allowed us to participate in that program, and does it track us every single year? I'm assuming because of the demographics that we will continue to be able to participate, but just wanted some more clarification on that.
Yep, it's a program offered by the USDA, who oversees our meals program. Any district with 40% low income students are eligible to apply. When we first applied, we were at 49%, and our initial projection for the year 1 of the program had us at not running in the red, but $100,000 less that first year than the prior year outside of CEP. We thought it was a worthy investment, eliminating potential stigmas within our student population. We felt very strongly about the potential of that program, and again, we've seen that investment pay lots of dividends just in the participation rates increasing from roughly 50% to now on average across all 7 schools about 70%. That is a huge increase in participation.
No, it really is such an equalizer, and makes people feel comfortable, and without food, right, people can't participate in learning. And does this apply to the preschool as well?
Yes.
Okay. And then my other question was around, I had seen an article, maybe it was like a month or so ago, around the increase in homeless students going through homelessness, and was wondering if this is something that the administration is tracking, if it's improved, and how they're being, those students are being supported in the services within this current budget.
Within the budget itself, we carry some funds for transportation of homeless students. That is a cost that has been on the rise recently. In regards to how the students are tracked and how services are provided, we have our Assistant Superintendent of Equity, right? Jody O'Brien. Her and her team receive the information from the state as soon as the families move into the city, and then we reach out and try and get the children to our schools as soon as possible. Transportation is often a hurdle. We have kids who may have lived in Marlborough who are placed in Worcester or some further cities, and getting them to us sometimes isn't easy, but we try our very, very best to get them into the schools as soon as possible, where they can receive free meals, mental health services, EL services, etc.
Okay. It's something I was thinking about. I know, speaking to Superintendent Bergeron previously about this, and with the pandemic, that it stabilized, obviously, because of the eviction moratorium and other support systems. So it's something I hope we're continuing to track, and, updating the council on that, I think, would be really important. My last thing is just a comment. I love the social media of the school department. I feel like we were talking about all the diversity of our student population, all the programming, the teachers. There's just so much to celebrate, and I love seeing that. So I just want to say keep that up. I think it's really incredible, and it keeps the community informed about all all the great things happening in the school district.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Well, if no further questions on the school budget review, I'd like to go forward and go to the police department on page 55. Thank you, Officer Protect. Thank you. I'm sorry, what's it? Oh, yeah, page 55. That's the start of the police department. Good evening, Chief Georgie.
Good evening.
If you have one quick second, if you could pull the microphones up just a little closer, please. Thank you, Chief.
Good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Is that too close? Good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, and all council members. I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you for having me. I'll try to quickly summarize our budget and move through to any questions you might have. As you can see in my budget narrative, all of our unions, the patrol union, the command union, and the MMEA union are all under contract through FY24. And as far as personnel goes, we've kind of had a resurgence of youth in the department. We've hired 9 different officers since November. I think you've met 7 of them down here at a council meeting. We currently have 4 officers in the academy right now who just started a week ago, so that will leave us with 2 open positions, which we hope to fill in the coming months. We have a couple of applicants from our last test. We have background investigations starting on them, and so we'll be moving forward on that. As far as our line items go, you can see that we've eliminated some of our line items. Our crossing guard account has been transferred to the school department. Some of their staff has utilized, taken over those duties. We still do staff the JARC school. As I indicated in my letter, the JARC school's on a busy street. Hosmer Street's far too busy for someone to just stand out there. So we have an officer man that morning and afternoon. Our initial equipment fund has been eliminated in discussions with the mayor's office and with the city auditor. We've transferred that to the public safety account, which we'll use for equipping our new officers as either go to the academy or come from another department. And also the last thing would be the substation lease at 85 Broad Street. We've eliminated that. We really couldn't staff that location adequately. When we were down 10 officers last year, we kind of removed some of our specialty positions. So our community policing officers, some of our traffic officers had to go back into patrol just to staff the openings that we had. And there were also some issues with the facility itself. It was kind of older, run down, and we had some issues using our computers and everything up there. We really couldn't get it to work that well. So it really wasn't feasible at this point for our department. Conversely, you'll see our office supplies account. I've request an increase in that, and that goes to our software system that we use. It's called a detail tracking system, but it does a lot more than details. It does all of our invoicing, all of the scheduling for the department, and in working with Mr. Jones's office and the changes in the payroll system electronically, we're hoping that our software right now is compatible with that and can use it to upgrade that. And lastly is just our overtime account. We've had to transfer make at least 3 transfers so far this fiscal year to kind of adequately staff or fund our overtime account. And that's also due to the staffing decrease. You know, we were down 10 people, but now that we've moved up, when those officers come out of the academy, it also takes older officers to train the newer officers. So there's field training time, and so that's led to an increase. So the request, I think, was kind of minimal. It's only about $30,000, I believe. So outside of that, if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them tonight.
Thank you, Chief Georgie. I'll open up to the council. Council Orman. No, that's fine. Absolutely.
Thank you, Chief. I know you're a busy person. My first question was related to your staffing, and I think you wrote something in your letter, I believe it was, that was concerning, and it's the ones retiring can't leave their knowledge with the new ones entering. Are there any programs to help a new cadet, or whatever they're called, new officer, to maybe consult with someone that might have been on the force for a while, that a contractor, I mean, if they leave, is there any availability to the knowledge of those officers that are leaving?
Well, I think initially that would be when they're still there. When the senior officer's still there, they're usually our field training officers. So what we do is we would pair a new officer who comes out of the academy with a field training officer. They work with that field training officer for 10 weeks. And so, for the most part, those are our senior officers. So, during that time is when they impart most of their knowledge. But at the same time, we also teach the new officers to become their own officer, But they're not with the same officer for 10 weeks, they're with 3 different officers. So what we instruct them to do is try to take a little bit from each person. I don't want you to be like this officer who's worked here for 25 years. I want you to be a little bit like this person, take something from this officer, and take something from the last officer, and just kind of develop your own style and your own ways of doing it.
That's great. And in the academy or in the station, do they get diversity, equity, and inclusion type training?
Yes, I think that's part of the academy, but it's also part of our policies, and part of our yearly training on our policies.
Excellent. And I hope you get to, believe it's the 52 officers?
We're trying. Every time I think we're getting up there, something else happens and we leave.
Is that number practical, or should it be more patrol officers? Should it be 60? Marlborough's growing, that's why I ask.
Right, no, I'd always welcome more officers if we could,
if you
could
could
do it,
find
but, yeah, at the same time, what we've seen over the last couple of years is we have a hard time recruiting new officers. We in the past, 3 years ago, we gave a test and we had 130 people sign up to take the test. We had one last fall, and I think we had 24 people sign up to take it, submit resumes and cover letters, so.
And
It's a difficult situation.
do we have an attractive salary package?
We do.
Versus other communities?
We do. I think, I know some other departments, you'll hear from our unions that they might get more,
I don't want to get you in trouble here, no.
they might get more for certain parts of the contract, education-wise, and we're paid differently here for some of the new officers. But at the same time, I think our step salary amounts are competitive with any other department around.
And just one last question. Actually, I had to deal with them 2 weeks ago, is the Animal Control Division. I had a raccoon living in my boat with babies, but they got back to me within an hour on a Friday, like at 5:30. So I was very happy to see that happen. But what's that service offering? I know the kennel's still in Worcester, right? Is that where the kennel, or somewhere outside of Marlborough?
Yes, that company is still based in Worcester.
Worcester,
So that's where the kenneling would be in Worcester. But we work closely with them. I work with the current owner right now, Mr. Bullmindus. We're in contact, I'd say every other week, about an issue, and he's very accommodating to what we need, and so is his staff. So we do the best we can, and they work well with us.
So weekend coverage, there is some form of coverage on
Yeah,
weekends?
there's always somebody on call. If we need them, we can call them and they'll respond.
And they will respond. Okay. Thank you very much.
So,
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Chairman Irish. I wanted to thank you for the budget narrative that you made. It really answered most of my questions as I was reading it. The only question I just still had lingering was, I'm just not familiar with the accreditation, and so with my experience at my school, like, we have the state regulations that we have to follow, but then we can pursue an additional level of accreditation through the National Association of the Education of Young Children. That's a mouthful. So I was just wondering, is this a regular state-level accreditation, or is it an additional?
no, it's a state level accreditation. So we've been accredited since 2017, and it's every 3 years you have to get reaccredited. So there is a first step, it's certification. You have to meet so many criteria, and then you can achieve accreditation. So this is our third time going for it, and that's an ongoing, I don't want to say battle, but it's an ongoing situation. So we have accreditation managers. We have 3 command officers who handle that for us, and they're constantly updating policy. They're constantly rewriting things the way that the accreditation commission wants, and also to be in line with what post is designed through the state.
Thank you so much. No, I appreciate that. That's very similar to what I go through at my schools, and I'm one of the people in charge of doing it, so.
Right, yeah.
Best of luck to you all, and I'm sure you're going to do well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Brown. Counselor Roby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, it's nice to see you here again, and as usual, you've done a great job explaining everything. I'm going to go to an item that at last year's budget hearing, there was a attempt to reduce your overtime, court time, 51320. So I know that did not carry, and so there was no reduction to that. But in the transfer process, we did take $60,000 from the line item, and you've only spent $81,000 so far. So I know you've reduced it from before, and I'm not on finance, so I can't make a motion, but I'm wondering if this is another one of those line items that could be reduced. As Councillor Ossing points out to all of us on a regular basis, there is always plenty of money in a budget process to make transfers. So if we reduce it and you need it, I think it's safe to say that it's there, but if you don't need it,
Right.
why make the people pay the taxes for it?
Right, I think we did reduce it last year, you know, and I think that it's hard to anticipate, because sometimes with cases and the way the court system's worked, some cases haven't gone to trial, or there haven't been hearings on it, and so it's hard to forecast what will be in the next year as far as what cases are gonna come up, if it's a bigger case, if it's a Superior Court case, or it's something like that. So it is an area which we could look at and we could discuss, but at the same time, I worry sometimes that taking it from there, or I'm just gonna be moving it from something else, which is what we've done in the past.
Thank you. That was the only question I had for this.
Counselor Perlman.
Thank you, Chair Irish, and thank you, Chief, for joining us again. And we always do appreciate the budget narratives. I do have a couple of questions kind of related to some of the specifics in the narrative as well as the line items. So the first one, I know there's been a lot of talk around the supports for mental health. We had the mayor come up. We've talked about it in the schools. I know you listed a series of training, and the one involving persons in a mental health crisis was listed as an optional training. Is there efforts to make that required for all officers?
I believe that one is, actually. I mean, that's something that we do through the state. I'm not sure that, I may have listed that as optional, but I don't believe that it is. I think they do receive some mandatory training in that, but at the same time, I think I was alluding to other classes that are optional in addition to what's mandated.
Okay, because I would definitely emphasize having that. I know I've even seen some officers engaging with some of the people going through homelessness on the streets.
Right.
And I think the mental health support training would be useful in those interactions.
And that's absolutely true. You know, we have our JDP program, which is another acronym. I'll throw a quota down, but it's our jail diversion program. So it's our jail diversion clinicians, who are they're essential to us in what they do. And I know the mayor alluded to with some of the newer programs we have, as far as having someone on staff who knows of available resources which we can use when we encounter somebody like that. And that's what our clinicians do for us, you know, but they're not there 24 hours a day. They're there 16 out of the 24, and sometimes on the weekends. But that's definitely a program that we need to build on and support anything else that the city has, which is great.
Right, no, I agree. I would just love to see people referred to services and have that be kind of more of an engaged and positive interaction. So I'm glad that's something that's on your radar moving forward. Another question has to do with the line items. I believe it has to do with the translations. I think you had 4,000 allocated for that. Wondering who on staff is able to translate or interpret just for your staffing, and then I'm assuming this is outside services, so is that sufficient given what we heard with the schools? It sounds like there might be a lot of engagement with people who need a language other than English.
Right, so that does refer to an outside service. So we do have someone, a company that would come into the station, but what I've seen lately is it's more transitioned to a telephone service, because that service could provide any number of languages, any language you could ask for, they can provide for it, they can find someone. Whereas in the past, the in-person translation would really only be Spanish or Portuguese. Currently, right now, we have 2 officers who speak Spanish and 1 officer who speaks Portuguese. which makes it difficult, you know. I know that at least 2 of the officers that we sent to the academy a week ago speak Spanish. So that's vital for us, you know, to have an officer on the street at night, especially on the overnight shift when there's not other people around who can speak one of those languages is really important.
And to build on what you just brought up, is the translation services even via phone available on a 24/7 basis?
Yes,
So if someone was on that night shift, they could still access that line?
absolutely, yes.
Okay, and is it like a very quick, you could just call it? I mean, I've engaged with some of those services
Yes.
before, but I'm not sure if there's a different platform
No,
for
no,
police
it's
service.
quick, it's quick, yes.
Okay. And then for those that are interpreting or translating that are on staff, is that something they would do in their regular position, or they might be called in separately for that?
Right, no, they do it definitely, you know, during their regular patrol period, but if we do need them, sometimes it's more beneficial to have someone in the room. So if it's a serious case, if it's an assault case or something larger like that, we would call them in from home to come in and help us.
Okay, and would that fall under an overtime pay?
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry, yes, ma'am.
Okay. No, I'm glad to hear about the individuals who are in the academy that have those language skills. I think we should continue to support hiring staff that have that
Absolutely,
skill
I
set.
mean, we try to recruit as much as we can. It's in our advertisement, you know, preferred someone who speaks another language.
Yeah, well, we have heard, recruitment is difficult these days, so we resonate with that. I just wanted to put it on your radar as well. I also wanted to indicate on the, direct line, there was an increase, I guess it's line 62 on the spreadsheet here with the vehicle repair and maintenance. There was an increase, but there wasn't a narrative comment to explain the increase to 65,000. Is this projected, old vehicles? What would be the increase here from the 49 for the revised? I imagine some money was taken from this account.
No, the 65 would be consistent with what we asked for in 2022. I didn't think anything had changed.
Okay,
on that.
so
We may not have used all of it at that time, but
Okay, so you anticipate using it, and would this just go for patrol vehicles?
yes, ma'am. Yeah,
Okay.
that's to repair patrol vehicles. We've had unfortunately some cruiser accidents in the last couple of weeks, so upkeep and maintenance of those.
Okay, and I know in the past we've done transfers to purchase vehicles. What is the life of a cruiser currently, and do we have anticipated increases in requests for that moving forward, given the life of the vehicles that are already online?
No, well, the anticipated expectancy of vehicles is usually about 3 years, but more recently, we've been buying, I'd say 70%, 75% of our cruisers are all hybrid cruisers now. So when we can get them, we buy them, and we don't really know what they are, what their expectancy is yet. We don't know how long they will last, but I anticipate they will last, it'll probably another year longer than a regular gas cruiser, twice.
The engine's not running most of the time.
Right.
Yeah, well, we all love the idea of more hybrid vehicles online, so that's great. And if there's opportunity in the future in the budget to kind of project what some of those vehicle demands might need to be moving forward with multiple years, I think that would be helpful for us, just given, even when just seeing the fire truck, these things can be so expensive, and I don't know if there's a supply issue with the cruisers as well.
Yes, there is. I mean, I know that most of our patrol cruisers are hybrid, but last year, we did purchase new administrative vehicles, and we purchased 4, and out of those, we could only get 1 hybrid. They're just not available at all.
Just very high in
And
demand.
we've even inquired about electric vehicles, electric cruisers or something like that, and they're just, you're at least a year out waiting for that.
Okay. And then I had another question around the equipment line item. Forgive me that I don't know which page it's on. I had written it down, but
Is that the initial equipment one?
I think it's police equipment line 73. I know it's level funded, and could you maybe describe what falls under police equipment? Is this, equipping new officers with what they would need to be on duty? Is this replacing outdated supplies, or what would fall under this category, given there weren't any comments to describe it? I know it's level funded.
Is that the replacement one?
Under police equipment, line 73, in the chart that I have from the narrative itself, it says total police equipment, $5,000.
Yeah, that account's actually kind of a miscellaneous kind of account as far as for what we need. I mean, that could be anything from plywood that we need to go to the range, to any other supplies. We usually use Monarch down there. So
Okay.
it could be anything from, bug spray or something like that we need for the building, to stuff for the firing arm, for the range.
Okay, so this could cover individual officer equipment as well as miscellaneous equipment?
No, that
Okay.
wouldn't cover officer equipment, no.
Okay, which line item is that under? I might have missed it when I was looking. Is this initial equipment, line 60? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. And then, okay, you're using the public safety equipment count.
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then one other thing that came up, as there was discussion about the officers and the staffing, I know there's a lot of demand on the time of the police department regarding the traffic commission and the traffic unit. What are your thoughts sort of on where that's headed? I know we all have reached out to you regarding the traffic in the city and different requests from residents to have stop signs and speed signs and bumps or speed humps or whatever is the latest discussion. And I know that takes up a lot of your time to oversee that, and was wondering if there's thoughts to move that into a different department, or if the benefit of having the officers. I know enforcement has been a concern, but I do know it's a lot of time for an officer to sit on a street in a vehicle and wait to see, and we have the machines doing it as well. So was curious where you were thinking of that leading into FY24 and beyond.
Well, I'd love to see the traffic enforcement unit expand. I mean, right now, we have 2 officers in it, and actually, one officer has been placed back into patrol to kind of fill some of our staffing. At the time, last year, we actually had moved both of those officers back into patrol. One officer, Officer LaRose, during the day, has come back into the traffic unit, but Officer Connors, who's on the evening shift, hasn't yet, because of some of the staffing on the 4 to 12 shift. So when we have enough, when we're above minimum staffing, which is 5 officers, when we have more than that, then he assumes traffic duties. When we don't, he remains as a patrolman. So if we could expand our traffic unit, that would be ideal for us.
Mm-hmm. And I know in one of the other department reports, maybe it's the legal department, they'd give us kind of like a quantitative status about how many, cases they might have had, or the number of ordinances they worked on. Are there metrics that are tracked on an annual basis that could be provided to the council regarding the traffic stops and how many people maybe were fined or written tickets, just to kind of help us understand what the ebb and flow might be around in terms of, particularly when we think about traffic coming up with a lot of development projects, to see if it's on the rise overall, and obviously wanting to reduce any traffic-related accidents or death.
So we can track that through our internal CAD system, calls for service system, but we also get a report every month from the Registry of Motor Vehicles that provides how many citations were written, how many were written warnings, how many were money fines. So that's something we could provide if you wanted it.
Yeah, that would be really helpful. I'll put that request to be sent to the council, because I do think it's important information, so that when we do speak about traffic-related things that are, citywide, that we have the data to support it, on a regular basis and not just on demand.
And I would say, I just follow that up with, that's the benefit of our signs. I think we've all been at a traffic commission meeting when someone has complained about their street and the volume of vehicles and the speed, but when we actually can produce a report or produce some data to show them that, yes, there could be a problem, or it's really not what you think it is, it's more a perception issue. I think that's the benefit of the signs that we have.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder if having that data publicly available would help decrease the number of contacts to your office, where you have to send me a report to send a resident with what the ratio of cars and the high speed is, because if some of that was just more streamlined, it could be a benefit, and I would love to save your time and that of the department.
That's a good idea. That's something we could put on our website, a tab with our speed reports as they come in.
Okay,
That's a
thank
good
you.
idea.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair Irish.
Councilor Dumas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in regards to your line item budget, the overtime regular is increased by 30,000. Is that because of the staffing?
Right, that's what I was alluding to before. That was partly attributed to our staffing and partly attributed to the training of the new staff when they come on.
Sure.
And those are all overtime assessments that come out of that account for all of those things. And like I said, this year so far, we've had to make 3 different transfers to kind of backfill our overtime account. And this was just my attempt to try to get in front of it a little bit for the coming year.
Is it sorry to interrupt.
No, I was just going to say, because I know that although we have 2 open positions right now, we anticipate 4 more retirements in January, and in between now and then, we could have 2 more.
Okay. Is details have anything to do with overtime as well, or is that completely separate?
No, that's different.
That's completely different. Okay. So this is just to cover man hours.
Patrol hours, yes.
Right. Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dumas. If no further questions for Chief Georgie, I'd like, Councilor Perlman.
I apologize. I just remembered something regarding with the overtime, and you mentioned the new officers who come online. needing to be trained by experienced officers. What kind of timeline does that take before those officers are on their own, and how does that affect like the overtime pay? Because I was curious, you know, they come out of the academy, they know a lot, but they haven't had that interaction with all these different officers. So what would be like the lag time before they're live on their own?
10 weeks.
10 weeks after they leave the academy?
Yes, so it's a 10-week field training program. They get assigned one officer for 3 weeks, then they transition to another officer for another 3 weeks, and then a third officer for the next 3 weeks. And what we do is we move them from shift to shift, because we don't know at the time what shift they're gonna be on, if it's day shift, midnights, or evenings. So they'll usually, for the most part, be assigned an FTO or field training officer on each different shift to kind of get exposure to that shift, because every shift is different in how it works.
Right, right. And with the 4 retirements, is that on average? Would that be a continued projection or match years past in terms of the cycle of retirements, or is that a high number?
No, I think that and the 4 anticipated retirements are actually from our command staff. So it may not affect our patrol numbers as much until we make those promotions. So it won't be as impactful in patrol as it was in the past, this past year. But 4 is usually a good average. Hopefully it starts to slow down as our newer officers stay on.
Well, I know it's something we've talked about a lot with succession planning and thinking about staffing and wanting people to get municipal government and into, you know, our public servants. So I appreciate the context and for answering the additional questions.
No problem.
Councilor Orm.
Yeah, with the chief's comments earlier to Councilor Roby, I mean, honestly, at the end of the year, if you have extra, it gets returned. If you don't, then we put it in. You know, if you're over the 206,900, how'd you get to the $206,900? 206,900.
How did that number come about?
Yeah, it's just
sorry,
unique
I
how
don't know.
it's not like 10,000. You know what I mean? It's
Right. I think that was just based on, that was honestly prior to my time. I think that's based on past numbers of how it was.
okay. Well, we'll see what happens in the next year, and
Yeah,
hopefully you won't need more. If you don't need more, hopefully you'll be coming back to the
Yeah,
council.
I think overall, honestly, I think our department does pretty well as far as managing our budget. We're not down in front of the council often looking for any additional funds, so we're able to kind of manage what we have.
Okay. With that note, if no one else has questions, I'll motion to approve as presented. Oh, we haven't approved each one separately?
I was gonna next bring up the fire department.
Okay, you want to
Any
wait to the
questions?
end? Okay, that's fine. I knew we couldn't do the school committee, but
Chair Irish, is there an opportunity for maybe a 2-minute break for people to, or do we want to keep going?
At this point, I want to just keep going, but yes, I will keep that in mind. And then the next thing would be the fire department review of their budget. If there's any questions, that starts on page 59.
Thank you.
Good job, Chief.
Good evening, Chief Breen.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. President, council members. My name is Kevin Breen, and it is a privilege to serve as your fire chief. You want me to just jump in?
Absolutely. Be as brief if you'd like.
Sure, okay. Well, we are pleased to submit this year's fiscal year 24 Marlborough Fire Department operating budget of approximately $9.6 million. And, of course, we are thankful for your support, the support of the mayor. And we are very happy to report that we've recently concluded a new collective bargaining agreement, a 3-year term. That makes up the bulk of the increases that you see in this year's fiscal 24 budget presentation. Of note, I will say that we hit a record last year in the calendar year 23. Marlborough Fire Department responded to 9,075 emergency incidents. Just historically, since 2013, or a 10-year window, we have experienced a 49% increase in demands for service. So we had 6,088 calls in 2013, and again, 9,075. With that increase, that dramatic increase in the demands for service, what you'll see in this fiscal year budget is we are trying to institute a program. You all know that we put in place a new squad, which is a light-duty F-550 unit, staffed with 2 persons to respond to emergency medical calls to the majority of the city. We have that in service now. It is working, but however, it is only in service when we have sufficient staffing. So one of the things that we are proposing in our '24 budget is to increase the staffing level to make sure, or to ensure that a vehicle is available more often to respond to, again, nearly 70% of our calls, which are emergency medical services based. That is why you see a dramatic increase in the request for overtime. And in the interest of time, why don't I stop and allow you to answer, or rather ask any questions that you have.
Thank you, Chief Green. I'll open to the council for any questions. Councilor Dumas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's overtime, and since you're moving to 16 firefighters, will that help alleviate the overtime budget?
By going to 16? So the average shift at full staffing, and I should have gone over that. At full staffing, we are authorized at 78 positions in Marlborough Fire Department. Currently, we have 74 positions. That includes a vacancy in a part-time clerk's position, a fire inspector's position, and because of recent retirements, we are down 2 firefighters. However, the mayor has been very supportive. I have consistently asked him to give us authorization to quickly advance, so we have started the process even before people have retired. So for instance, we hired 9 people in the last calendar year. We have 3 people that are already completed their background investigations. They are slotted to begin and will attend the fire academy in August of this year. We then I recently sought authorization to proceed with 2 more hirings. So anticipating some of the retirements, we're always proactive in trying to get on it, because as Chief Georgie highlighted, by the time you do your orientation, indoctrination, and then send them to the academy, which has a long delay, it's months before you can actually have them back and working, assigned to a duty group. But to answer your question, Counselor, we start, if all shift staffing is present, we start a shift with 18 personnel. We will run down to 14. We would like to elevate that minimum level to 16.
Correct.
To do that, we elevated the request for overtime, so we can ensure that we can maintain that squad in service.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes. So there's actually on your budget request an overtime callback?
Yep, so that request is for a recall of personnel during emergency events.
Okay.
So, for instance, you all may recall that last August, we had a significant wildland fire here. That was multiple days. That's when what we do is we recall personnel, we bring in mutual aid. That line item is specifically for that. So that's holdovers, callbacks. We refer to as striking a box. So when we strike a box, we recall all off-duty personnel or multiple alarms, and that line item covers those costs.
Okay. And my last question is that you received a grant for emergency management. Is that a 1-year grant, or do you see that being in the budget for next year?
So that is referenced in our budget submission only to show why there's a decrease. That falls under the purview of the Emergency Management Director. You're going to be seeing that new hazard mitigation plan, I believe,
Yes.
at your next full meeting on the
Correct.
22nd.
Correct.
That is a matching grant, 75-25, so that will sunset upon accepting that grant and paying it, and you won't have that expense for next year.
Okay, so it's just a one-time?
That's the one time.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Dumas. Councilor Perlman.
Thank you, Chair Irish, and great to see you, Chief Breen. And you just brought up the wildfires, and we're just very appreciative of all of the officers, firefighters for all their work. It's very important to have the staffing. I know you've repeatedly wanted to have that higher staffing amount, and I'm really glad to see that being a priority in this budget to meet that minimum at a higher level and really provide the level of services needed in the city, particularly with this 49% increase that you mentioned over the last 10 years. So I just wanted to reiterate that as a really important part of this particular budget. I know previously with the ARPA funding, we were able to get moving on a new ladder truck.
Yeah.
I saw that in the report as well. Is that something, when would that go live? And just out of curiosity, is there any rebate or benefit when you get rid of an old ladder truck? Like, what happens to it? And, is there like scrap metal? Like, what occurs there? And is there any benefit when we get to return a vehicle? I know it was in service for over 20 years, so maybe not as useful now, but was just curious about that as well.
Great question, and thank you for that, Counselor. So, first, I want to make sure everybody understands ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act. So, yes, we have seen a dramatic increase in the cost of fire apparatus. I personally believe it is due to the fact that the federal government is offering so much money. Everybody is updating what clearly are aged fleets throughout the country. Our ladder truck is $1.7 million. Thank you for your support. We were able to jump on the delay for the building, particularly ladder trucks, is now up to 30 months. You can place an order and expect your ladder truck in 30 months. We jumped on a stock program where we were able to pay attention with the vendor and get in on a stock truck, which is one that typically is built and then used as demonstrations throughout the country or, at trade fairs, et cetera. So with minor modifications, it had about 90% of what we were looking for. We were able to secure that truck primarily because of what I believe is the form of government that we have, and we were able to not have to wait to raise and appropriate funding. We will take delivery. We're anticipating delivery of that truck in September of this year. It is replacing a 24-year-old piece of fire apparatus, and once we receive that new piece of equipment, in all likelihood, the trade value is generally minimal, particularly with ladder trucks because there's such a liability, even though it is certified and passing its tests. Most vendors don't resell them. They more or less give you something for trade, but I think on the open market, we're likely to get more value, or we're gonna, in answer to your question, we're gonna try and sell it. We'll get something for it, but I wouldn't expect a lot.
Well, I was going to say, it sounded like a used car, the way you described it. You put it on the market.
I think we got $5,000 for the last truck that we sold, that we traded in.
And you just said it was 1.7 million for
A new tower truck is 1.7 million.
Not the best ratio in our favor, but I was thinking about that when we were talking about the police cruisers, about how long they last. When was the 24 over the life of a ladder truck, or because it's certified, it was still within?
It's well over its lifespan, right? It's a 1999 and it's aged. And in fact, it's not a tower. It's what we refer to as a rear-mounted straight stick. It's a climbing ladder without a waterway, without a pump. So
Okay.
This is a far different piece of fire apparatus that we're investing in.
Okay. And then I did have a question on one thing within the budget. I think there was a reference to some of the holiday funding for the FY24 request. I think it's on page 4 of your letter. And from my understanding, I believe we had budgeted for Juneteenth in the past budget. Was that not accurate for your department?
If we did, we didn't seem to have an appropriate amount of money. We were approximately $40,000 short, and that's about what it cost per holiday. So that's what we
Okay.
attributed it to.
I think I remember it from the police budget last year, so I thought that had been applied, but it makes sense if that's a missing holiday. Can't think of any others. I don't know if anyone else saw that as well. And then another thing from the first page, I know you touched on it a little bit around the 70% of emergency calls. Are a lot of these also coming from the west part for the emergency calls, or is it really spread out? I know sometimes people get called for medical emergencies. Having that vehicle being the one that is dispatched rather than the fire truck is a huge benefit, right? To have it actually be tailored to what the actual demand is for the service, and was wondering if that's also concentrated in a particular area of the city, or you're seeing it overall.
To be candid, and I've said this publicly before, we break the city down into 3 fire response districts, District 1, 2, and 3. District 1 is headquarters, where the majority of personnel and the majority of our apparatus. However, believe it or not, is actually ranks number 3 in where our call volume originates. The busiest district by virtue of geographic region originating where the demands for service is Engine 2, or Pleasant Street, the Hill. But they also cover everything to the west, including west of 495. So that makes up approximately 47% of our call volume. So that is where we are concentrating the use of this squad at that station. So it's fair to say that a majority of our calls are occurring in that district, and particularly west. And as you know, that's where we have a lot of the growth, particularly with the new housing units. And hopefully we'll address that soon.
Yes, I know that's been a continued topic, and I know the council and the mayor are on top of that, so I appreciate you kind of going through this specifically, and paying so much attention to the staffing so that we can serve the city at our best. Thank you, Chair Irish.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chief Breen. I was going to lead off right where Councilor Perman left off. I was going to go from there. I wanted to know what the percentage was on the west side of the city. And in reading your letter, obviously, I would like to see Squad 1 always having someone available a 2 crew member available, so hopefully you'll continue to get the positions you need to get. You said you're down 4 positions at this time, but that would be critical to not just help with services in the city, reduction to your larger equipment's use on the road,
Yes.
but also as it relates to overtime. You know, we're, unfortunately, right now with the staffing, I presume that's why the OT is so high, but it would be nice in future budgets to see OT down with you having the correct amount of positions. So it was more of a comment than a question, but was curious about the percentage on the west side. You said about 46%?
So just in fairness, defining the west side is somewhat difficult because,
On
you know.
Region 2 or whatever,
So
3?
we don't limit it west of 495,
Sure.
but that station, which is situated the furthest west of the 3 of
Pleasant,
them,
yeah.
that does the majority of calls in the city.
Yeah, including the need for Squad 1.
That's correct. Squad 1, when deployed, is positioned at Station 2, so it's responding from Station 2.
It makes sense to keep it there then.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I had.
Councilor Roby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief, for being here. I just have a couple of clarifying questions. The first one is your call fire overtime in your comments. On page 3, you say it's a 10% increase. It's showing as a 16.73 increase in the budget. Did you just
Yeah,
Up
what
with
I
the
was
right
saying
number?
was, and hopefully it read that way, and perhaps I didn't explain it. So what I did was I was taking the fund from what was appropriated in fiscal year 2023. We had a mid-year transfer, we had an adjustment, and it was a 10%, and I was making a 10% adjustment to that.
Okay, thank you. On the fire inspector, you have had that in the budget with nobody filling it. I know your comments are that you hope to get an internal, but again, this is an 11% increase, and your notes indicate it's because of the negotiation with the contract. So that seems like a very nice increase. It's not back pay because there's nobody in the position, so can you explain?
Be happy to answer that. Thank you. Thank you for picking up on that, Council. So with the conclusion of this latest collective bargaining agreement, one of the things that we're finally going to hopefully accomplish, because the position is not filled, however, the process is just about to be posted, is part of the discussions was how we would come up with a compensation package for that position. So all along, I have been projecting it to be somewhere in the vicinity of the pay of a fire lieutenant. In discussions with the fire union in legal binding collective bargaining, we discussed such items as, okay, certification pay, how would we deal with holidays? So for instance, firefighters work a varying schedule throughout the year, they have holiday pay. I don't necessarily need a fire inspector on a holiday because we're not gonna be open for that type of work. Nevertheless, that is a line item relative to convincing somebody to step away from a line position to a staff position. So in the ongoing discussions relative to negotiations, the final number ended up being approximately 11% higher than what we have been customarily, projecting all these years.
And did you put them in at similar to a lieutenant?
Yes.
Okay.
But, I can get into this, but like, for instance, firefighters get what they call a shift differential. It's approximately 3% for working nights. A fire inspector isn't going to work nights. Nevertheless, that's a loss in pay, so we have to talk in terms of why would somebody want to go from a firefighter schedule to a fire inspector, significant upgrade in the position, a change of schedule, unless the compensation package matches the requirements we are going to have for that position.
And I know you said that you were hoping for an internal, but if there was no internal, would the fire inspector necessarily have to be a firefighter? Could they?
No, they didn't, they don't necessarily have to be. I am very confident that we do have capable internal candidates who will apply. But to answer your question, no, it doesn't have to be a firefighter. The job is certainly directly related to the same, and that fire inspector will still have protective clothing, will still fight, will have a role in fire suppression, will still be eligible for overtime. So we think the two are linked.
Okay, and then my final one is again bringing up the additional gross overtime. And I believe, again, this one was suggested to have a reduction last year. It did not carry. I know, I believe Councilor Ossing and I are in agreement on this one again, that even though money was added to your budget, you haven't spent a lot of it. I think you're at 57%, and it's the middle of May. So I guess I will throw out there again that this could be a line that could be reduced. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Dumas.
Just a point of information, do you need a specific license for the fire truck? I might be in the market for a new vehicle.
I'm sure we can strike a good bargain if you're interested,
Let me know.
Counselor.
Thanks.
Councilor Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief. How much, when you, thinking about this and thinking about the fire, the Memorial State Forest, that Marlborough State Forest fired last year, that's my ward, and that's my backyard, actually. I'm back there frequently, and I'm really concerned about the reduced, I've never seen the water level so low back there. And so I think there's so much dead wood. I know it's being managed, but there's so much dead wood and the trees that were devastated by the red pine beetle, and the water level is so low. If we run into a significant drought experience, I don't know, the risk of there being another fire back there, something significant, and it comes right up against in some areas, in residential areas. How are you informed, like the risk level, and are you properly, do you feel like you're staffed and have the resources you need if something significant happens back there? I'm watching what's happening on the North Shore, and I'm like, it wouldn't take much for a significant fire to really catch back there.
Yeah, if memory serves me, there was a significant event in Saugus at almost the same weekend, the same week that we had our event last year. So we do pay attention. The state does rate the day in terms of fire danger, but you are bringing up a point which reminds me, there's always firefighters that will tell me tomorrow, sometime during the week, how I failed tonight in explaining certain things. You've just prompted me to remind everybody, in addition to the capability of chasing or responding to EMS calls, our Squad 1, this new vehicle, also is a brush unit. It actually has a brush unit installed in the back. It is specifically designed for wildland fires. Because of its size, it can make access to those particular areas. It does have a water tank, it does have a fire pump, and it does carry forestry hose. So that's another added value. It's another something that we get contributing to our mission relative to having that vehicle and keeping it staffed. But hopefully that answers your question. We are always concerned about wildland fires. It's been pretty good since I've been here. Last year was not good, but
It does, but I remember, like in the spring, I would have to walk back there with boots because the trails would be flowing themselves like little brooks. And now the brooks are already completely dried up in some areas, and it's really hard to access that area. And you can't even pull from local water sources to put the fires out because they're not even flowing right now.
Well, I should tell you that there was a prescribed burn scheduled for that area, and if memory serves, it was in 2019 or 2020, and COVID delayed it.
Yeah.
But they do like to go in there and actually clear and, make it a little bit more fire safe, but.
Yeah, thank you. I'm aware of that, but I can see the land is just increasingly looking more and more stressed.
Yeah.
And with the increase of drought and longer duration of periods of very high temperature, combined with the years and years of deadwood that's piled up back there, it's really concerning. Thank you.
Councilor Parman.
Thank you. And Chief Breen, forgive me because I don't think I saw this in your budget, but because we brought it up with police, I wanted to ask as well. Is there a need for translation and interpretation services in your work? I imagine these emergency medical calls, there is interaction. Obviously, if there's a fire, I mean, that can be communicated without necessarily, you know, speaking back and forth. But what does the demand look like with all of these calls of having someone who can speak Portuguese and Spanish, and what services are already embedded within the department and the staffing to meet that demand?
So that's an excellent question. I mean, we do have capability in dispatch to have, you know, language and translation, et cetera, and that obviously falls under the purview of PD. But in terms of DEI, you know, diversity and equity and inclusion, I serve on the DEI committee for the Fire Chiefs Association for Massachusetts. I'm very pleased to report that we partnered recently, the Human Resource Department of Marlborough, DPW, Police and Fire, where we did sort of like a job fair of 6 area high schools in terms of, you know, trying to bring people. I mean, I think the majority of people were interested in fire out of the other departments, but we try and actually bring people into our you know, our professions. What I will tell you is that this is an issue statewide. I will tell you that the fire service typically is represented by people that look like me, younger, slimmer, but you know, we're represented by people that look like me, and we're trying to change that. We're working very hard to change that. In terms of language, right now we have fewer than 3 people, I believe, that are bilingual, perhaps 4.
Okay. I bring that up as we look to increase staffing and meet these demands of, you know, hopefully a goal would be to constantly have at least X number of officers on duty who do speak another language, who could be dispatched to certain situations or be on that EMS unit that is happening. I think that would be really pivotal. And I know we've done a lot of work in the city to partner with the businesses in the schools, and here's an opportunity to perhaps partner with the schools and let folks know, because we have a very diverse student population, that you can go into the fire service, you can go into the police service, and that we need your skill sets. And so I think there should be more of a connection there that I would just raise as we look to continue to build those pipelines from our own student population.
Noted. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor.
Thank you. I was meaning to ask a question on the fire inspector. We've been talking about vehicles and the type of vehicles. Are they going to be provided a vehicle so we're not driving the larger units out there to do inspections? Because I know sometimes those inspections, you might see a engine come down the street to do an inspection. Is that right? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Counselor. So our plan with the fire inspector is to take an aged unit that's already part of the fleet. It's already well over 120,000 miles, and we'll use that. We did not put in a request for a specific vehicle for that person. Will that happen eventually? Sure, but right now we have an added vehicle that we plan to use for the fire inspector.
And I would suggest if they need a vehicle, they could be in the same type of vehicles that some of the DPW inspectors and building commissioners and their inspectors utilize, like a car that has energy efficiency versus a larger truck, because they're really not, during inspections, they're not off to a fire, so.
No, I would agree with you, but we do carry all of the fire investigation equipment in there, so it's shovels, it's hose, it's evidence cans, and it's all of their protective clothing.
Oh, so it's not see, I thought those were the inspections like the building department does, where the fire department inspects a new building or something, so it's more
They
than
do that too, but we are budgeted for one person. That person is gonna be assigned inspections, arson investigation,
Oh, okay.
everything.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So hopefully it'll be a smaller vehicle, not an engine, but at the time, 120,000 mile
It definitely won't be an
vehicle?
engine.
It won't be the ladder truck, will it?
No, it will not.
Okay. Just trying to think of energy conservation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
President Rossi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Chief, thank you very much for the discussion last week on overtime. I'd like to call the council's attention to the mayor's letter, specifically on page 2 under the fire department. Changes to the recently executed contract should reduce overtime costs in the future. Okay, so my definition of reduced isn't a 20% increase in overtime costs. I understand what the chief wants to do, but that 20%, in my opinion, is excessive. And Chief, I'll ask you, have we ever not paid anyone for overtime? No. We pay people overtime. I'm going to save my discussion at the end for what the tax impact and the budget changes are, because we've got a bunch of department heads I'd like to see us move through here tonight. So I have to drag them back again tomorrow. But I would consider, or ask you to consider, a reduction in the overtime. We will pay people, we move money around, and you heard the mayor, and he said, if you have to make adjustments, the departments will live by it. Why? Because the departments know, and the mayor knows, there's money in the budget. We've moved over $6 million around already this year. It just is. It's a $188 million budget. Adjusting these line items by a little bit is not going to make the world come to an end. City services will get done, department heads will get what they need, employees will get paid, and the residents will get the benefits. Our job is to make sure that the tax challenges of a $188 million budget are amenable to the residents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any further questions for Chief Breen? If not, thank you, Chief Breen. Next,
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, I will bring up for the Public Works with Commissioner Sean Duvall, with all your questions, because there's a lot of items on here that his department does. Public facilities, school support, all of the above.
Mr. Chair, so again, we can't all go to the bathroom at once, right? So we're all big people, you can step out, you won't miss anything. If there's anything enlightening, we'll make sure the commissioner repeats it when you get back. So don't feel, and same for the folks in the back, it's okay to step up. But I'll tell you, a 2-minute recess takes 10, and it never gets going. You're gonna lose momentum.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's true. We can always walk away too if you need to. Good evening, Commissioner.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, members of the council and committee. I'm happy to be here tonight, present the Public Works budget. You'll see in front of you an increase of approximately 10%. The main budget drivers are increased cost for supplies and services, no surprise there. Contractual increases for our employees through the collective bargaining agreements, and also contractual increases for certain services that we need. Another driver also is is cost of utilities for electricity and natural gas is going up as well. Those are the main budget drivers. Be happy to answer any questions that.
And also too, you mentioned that you've hired a public facilities director or something like that?
Yeah, Assistant Commissioner of Facilities. In fact, he's sitting in the back here. His name is Mr. Rob Quinn.
So I wanted to mention that to the council because under your department, you're the commissioner of all these different individual departments. If we have any questions, you can ask them all now. So
Yes.
I'll open that up to the council. Yeah, Council Roby.
Can we go through each section separately, so we're not going back and forth?
Absolutely.
Can we start with just his basic building maintenance on page 40, and the details on page 41 and 42? So I'll ask about the telephone services, where there's nothing in the budget, but we transferred money in FY '23. Why a transfer to an account that doesn't have anything in it?
Yeah, those were some old invoices that had to be
bills?
paid, but we don't need telephone services anymore.
Okay.
Yeah,
I remember that whole discussion of finding bills.
right.
I will bring up the topic that gets talked about, I think, on a regular annual basis, electricity. So I know we reduced that last year, as has been mentioned by me and Councilor Ossing. There's always money in the budget. So you've got a 13, almost 14% increase. And I know we're probably going to expect electricity to go up, but There's always money in a budget, so I will throw it out there as I think it's an easy place to cut, because we can make it up somewhere else.
Well, not so fast, Counselor. So electricity, so if you remember, going back a year ago, we had the business here with COVID having to run our HVAC units, consuming more electricity there. We also discovered a billing issue with National Grid that we had to resolve. And so we got through all that, and we had to do a lot of budget transfers to make that happen. As part of the FY23 budget, we upped the electricity line item to account for all of the things that we untangled and sorted out. Council did reduce that budget last year, but looked at the projections going forward here through the end of FY23, and we're tracking fine. But we do need to go up on the electricity budget, and that is because the city's contract with our electricity provider right now expires in December. And so we've been doing a lot of market analysis and research and talking to some experts. And so right now we have a very favorable rate. And we are looking at potentially a rate increase on the electricity side, maybe 40%. So I put in an increase there, but keep in mind that the increase, we don't know what it'll be yet. We're still going through the numbers. We're evaluating it on a daily basis. We've lined up contracts so that if we see that the day's rate is favorable, that we can lock in. But again, we don't know what the number is going to be. So where this increase would happen come December, that's halfway through the fiscal year. So, if it's a 40% increase, then we'd say it's 20% to get through the entire fiscal year. So, some numbers to be sorted out there. We do need an increase. We know an increase is coming when our contract runs out. Don't know what it is yet, but we do need to go up.
And the city itself is not able to have the same benefit that the residents do with the reduced rate? You have a different contract, a different plan?
It's a different contract, but similar in a certain way, where we can contract with an electricity supplier and get a preferred rate that way. And so there's brokers that will do it. There's through Mass Municipal Association, you can tap into that as an avenue, or we can go out on our own, for bid. So we're looking at all of those scenarios here, trying to find the right cost.
And you have a plumber that's a new position. Can you tell us what that plumber will be doing?
Yep, plumber is a new position. I'm told that we did have a plumber back in the 1990s. Maybe some of you will recall. I wasn't here then, obviously. So we're trying to resurrect that position. There isn't currently a salary ordinance or job description at the moment. We're going to build that in. So obviously asking for this position to be funded, to then be followed up with the job description and ordinance and advertisement and all that. So, and the reason I ask for it is, we just brought the Good Now School online. We're bringing the library online, in constant need for plumbing services. We've gone out for bid for a tradesperson to have basically a company on call. I can't recall where the last company was from. It was quite a distance away, and it was a struggle to get them in. When you have a plumbing issue, often it's an emergency, and we couldn't get them in a timely fashion, and they were well over $100 an hour, and it just wasn't efficient. And so we actually had to fire them because they, for lack of performance. So we've been at a loss, and we've made it through by doing each job separately. We're not getting the most favorable cost doing it that way. So it just makes sense to bring that in, just like we have other skilled tradespersons in our department, to have that as as a plumber that can do all of the work across the city.
So they would will be able to do both the school buildings and the city buildings.
That's correct.
And will they work similar to the electrician to be sent where they're needed by the assistant commissioner then?
That's exactly right, yes.
Okay. I think that's all the questions that I have.
Thank you, Councilor Roby. Councilor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just got two general questions. Obviously, cost of energy with not just the electricity, contract expiring, therefore you got to renegotiate new terms, and it's a completely different powered market dynamic than it was 3 years ago. Same thing with natural gas having a significant increase in price. Are you taking? Are you looking to more alternatives to basically capturing locally generated energy? Solar, geothermal, because basically, the more we rely on or as we continue to rely on natural gas and imported energy, we're more of a victim of the market, and if the market fluctuates up, we're in trouble, which is what's going on now. I have heard, well, first is, we have a bunch of solar projects already in place, is that correct?
That's correct.
Are there any more additional ones in plan?
In plan, no, not at the moment. There are opportunities, but nothing in plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
As far as opportunities to toss at you, I was reading some references of putting solar panels over reservoirs, open water spaces, or specifically more power generation. So, because it's open space, that may be worth considering for something like this. And also anything as far as evaluating less dependency on natural gas for its building stock, its heating, anything we can do to reduce that, I think has long-term implications as far as cost management within this area. So that's all I was going to say. Thank you. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. One other thing. It's towards the end, there's a section on 120 street snow and ice. This is in the summary. Snow removal and operating expenses you have is $250. I believe those were actually $250,000 numbers. Is that true?
What page are you on here,
It's one of the non-numbered pages in the summary.
Oh,
I know, I love that. It's about street snow and ice. It's a very small page. Not on, this is in the supplemental budget. So, and these are not numbered, but if you look at that, it's in the supplemental book, it's not, it's in the black book. Right, the increase, decrease, it should have been 250,000, that's all.
It's in the
It's a scrivener's
supplemental.
error. So. That's all.
Is it on page 86, Counselor?
It is in the black book. It's in the black book.
Does it have a number?
Unfortunately, there's no number.
Mr. Chair, point of information. So the budget book is just background information, all right? So the right numbers are in the budget, but we're on property and building maintenance right now. We're not at snow and ice. Let's continue to methodically work through the
Understandable.
DPW, otherwise we'll never get in one place
That's fine.
tonight.
I'll concede.
So, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Commissioner, is the plumbing position a union or non-union position?
That would be a union position.
It's a union position, okay. And then on electricity, I'm just curious, it's 14% on the city side and 7% on the school side. Why?
So that's because the usage isn't the same. As I said, we've got,
But it's not a use thing. The cost is cost. If I'm going to use electricity, I'm either using it, it's the same rate for the electricity. It doesn't change on the, school doesn't get a better deal than the city side does.
Correct. So in going through the budget process, with the mayor, so we had, put in there 30% on each side of the budget. And then going through the numbers, through that process, it got reduced to the numbers that you see in front of you now. So if there's wisdom in that, I'm not sure.
No,
where
I've heard enough, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Orman.
And thank you for the clarification, because I have notes on both parts, but I will start with the electricity for property and building maintenance. And again, this is, as you said, an estimate, not really known yet. So I think you said you have some type of an idea. I don't like the word estimate in front of a proposed budget, because it tells me there's room to cut, and then if it's lower, that's great. If it's not, we add it to it. But where'd you get your estimate from?
So, as I said.
You said MMA, right?
Yeah, so we're monitoring the electricity market. We get daily updates from MMA. We've talked to brokers, we've talked to suppliers directly. The numbers right now, as it looks on the electricity side, is probably somewhere around 40%. If we locked in today, we're probably looking at a 40% increase.
If we were to lock in today.
If we locked in today, that's right. Now, I included 30% in the budget. It didn't come through in the final budget proposal because there's some back and forth there. Depending on what the number is, if it's not sustained in this budget, then there would have to be, further discussion with the council here if we could take money from reserves or something like that.
And that, first of all, it's pretty interesting how it's gonna spike up so much. That's quite an increase. I think on your budget under electricity, for the buildings only, it was 13.98%, 14%. Again, it's just on your worksheet, you showed an estimate. You worded estimated increase due to new contract. Again, I have to take that under consideration. There's two options. We either approve it, or you may be back to tell us what you reached, what conclusion you reached when that time comes in another month or two, less than a month. At the same time, though, I have concerns that we don't have the final, and that's what I'd like to see as a final number. And who knows, something may pop up that might be less than that. That's a tremendous increase. I'm not saying you're not right, I'm just saying, what a tremendous increase.
It's tremendous, all right, and that's why I don't have a number in front of you right now. With that sort of increase, we're gonna make sure we're making the right decision.
Sure.
So that's why we're monitoring
No,
it daily.
understandable. In natural gas, that's a 30% increase. And where did you get those numbers from? Again, we're on the buildings side of your budget.
Right. So natural gas, that was also an estimate that we put into the budget. We do not know what the increase will be. It'll likely be more than 30%. I wish I could tell you right now.
And I'm not doubting you, I'm just rather see a final contract, and if we have to come back to addressing your budget in the next fiscal year, that's what we do. It's just astonishing. Custodians, 2 new hires, correct? That was mentioned on the paperwork. And that's that 56.22. And those 2 new hires are for the library, correct? That's what the mayor said?
Yes, for the library.
And the plumber, what if there's no work for a week?
There is always plumbing work.
You sure now?
Absolutely.
I don't mean to tease you like that, but, I was thinking, maybe we'll have a good week. Is there another plan for that person to take up maintenance or something on our plumbing? I'm wondering, there may be a few days, maybe not, where there's no plumbing work to do that day or days.
So we have very talented staff, and I will tell you that we have folks that do all sorts of double duty. We have a HVAC technician who happens to be a fantastic metal fabricator. So in between HVAC work, we'll have this individual work on some fabrication work. So you've seen the Panthers around town, so this person has put, welded those Panthers together.
So this person you already kind of can do welding as well?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So the plumber, that helps to answer that question, because I said, well, when are we going to have the next emergency for a plumbing leak? And I'm not wishing them to happen often.
And maybe I misguided you by saying, the emergencies is the main focus of the job. There's a lot of preventative maintenance that goes into these buildings here where we can use a plumber every day.
What have we spent this year on the contractor?
I don't have that number in front of me.
I was just curious, because I respect what you're saying. An emergency, you can't wait for a plumber to show up if they're going to not show up. Sounds like they're not the best contractor we ever had. I'm glad you released them from their
Well,
responsibilities.
just to give you an example, we just renovated the restrooms upstairs on the fourth
Yeah,
floor.
I saw that in your report.
So that was a lot of plumbing work, as you might imagine. We're putting in water bottle fillers throughout the city. That's a lot of plumbing work.
So you got some work.
Oh, absolutely. There's never
Not
a
just
shortage.
emergencies, but-
Never a shortage of work.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Let me see if I had anything else. I don't want to keep, everyone's waiting, I feel bad, but I think that was it on buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Are we all set with the public facility section? Council Barnes?
Thank you, and I don't have the page in front of me, but there was mention of a redesign or a study of the clock tower, and I'd never heard of that come up before, so I just didn't know if you had context about what that maintained. Is it replacing parts of the City Hall clock tower?
So that was a previous capital request that came before this body last year. And that's to, we've got some water infiltration in the clock tower. The clock itself is old. And so this was a project to do some envelope repair, some roofing work on the clock tower as well as on the main part of City Hall as well.
Okay, okay, the repair sounded familiar. I thought it was like a replacement, but you're saying it's to repair.
Repair.
Okay. Thank you. I have other questions, but they're not on the facilities section.
Very good, thank you, Council Barnes. Okay, moving on to, still on Public Works, starting on 79, Administration, and we'll just go right down the list. Any questions? Moving on to engineering, page 81. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you explain why you want to change the junior civil engineer to the pay of a DPW foreman?
So this is part of our ongoing evaluation of our positions. You've heard me say before that we have a hard time attracting folks into these positions. I think when I started here, we had 9 vacancies. I've hired in excess of 20 people, and we still have vacancies because people are coming and going, they're retiring, people start and then they go. So junior engineer position has been one of those difficult positions to fill. And these are professional positions and are of great value to the city of Marlborough. And so I want to make sure that we stay competitive. I don't want to lose these people. And if there is a vacancy, I want to be able to fill it. I'm competing with engineers that are getting paid in the private sector a whole lot more than they're getting paid here. And recognizing the value that these folks bring to the city, every year it's in the millions of dollars that are saved by having in-house engineering staff. So these are important positions, and I want to keep them and attract if I don't have them.
And is this a union position?
Yes.
So is this another one that we would add to our need to change the salary schedule?
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Robbie. Councilor Orman.
I have questions on the percent increases on 2 line items. Temporary part-time help, it's up by 88%.
That's a transfer of a part-time person from one side of the budget to the other.
So that's just a
That's a transfer.
And the other one's the 25%, the next line right down there, and that's the overtime regular.
Overtime regular, so that's because we have a lot of work going on right now, a lot of projects, and, we're in-house in the midst of an $11 million, street repair capital plan. We also have all of the route, work going on Route 20, And so we're needing our engineers for all sorts of extra hours for all of these commitments and things that come up. So that's why I have an increase in there for that.
When you say they need to work after hours, is that because of our request, or is it the developer's request?
No, it's our own work. It's our own work for the most part, yeah.
Such as it couldn't wait till another day, or?
Well, it's typically, you know, a contractor is working extra hours because they need to get, you know, one more length of water pipe in or something like that, or we have, you know, a big project starting and we need to have folks come in early or, you know, or stay late, you know, to coordinate for the next day, that sort of thing. So the more work, the more overtime we need.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Crum.
Thank you. Commissioner, on the narrative report, I know you listed some of the projects that are underway that we've heard about and wondered if you could provide further context on the status of the boardwalk around Lake Williams. I know it was going through conservation. I'm not sure where it sits right now, as well as the improvements to Main Street and Weed Street, about what's moving forward there and what the timeline might look like and if that's going to be completed within this budget cycle.
Would you like a separate report on that, or, I mean, is that outside the confines of talking about the operating budget, or?
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to have that probably provided to the council overall, but if there's maybe a shorter version in the interest of time to just the status of what those projects are. Currently, I know they're moving, and we've heard about them when they started, but haven't necessarily gotten a status update.
Right. So, with regard to the boardwalk, put the design together, put out for bid, evaluating bids, looking at the budget available. We're looking at some other alternatives to make that work. So a combination of both, where the design we had didn't necessarily fit within the budget we had for the project, so now we're looking at some other alternatives and maybe looking at some phasing. Haven't quite determined that yet.
Okay, and I remember, I believe it was it 2 million in ARPA funding that was dedicated towards that? So what was the cost that was anticipated, and with the phasing, is the idea that we would use the 2 million and then there'd be additional requests?
I don't have that information at this moment.
Okay. And then for the Main Street and Weed Street project for behind City Hall, that area?
Right, yep, in front of City Hall, behind
Front of-
City
okay.
Hall, yeah. So, we're getting ready to put that out for bid.
Okay. Yeah, if anything could be sent to the council, I think it'd be great for all of us to just be up to date about what's coming. I'm sure we'll get a lot of resident interest and confusion. I know there's a lot of work happening already on Main Street, so it's exciting that there's going to be a new wave of changes around the City Hall.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilor Orm.
Yes, thank you. I have additional questions because indeed, I appreciate your report with the budget. It's very important for us to know what's going on, so I'll go quick. I know people are getting anxious here. The EPA MS4 permit, what's the status of that? Because you noted it under engineering's also doing that work to comply.
Mm-hmm. So that is a permit that we have to discharge stormwater into the environment, if you want to call it that. And each year, there's certain things that we have to do to be in compliance with that permit. So that's what the engineering staff does. We have a particular engineer that heads that up. And so certain things that we have to do each and every year. So it's an ongoing expense and it's an ongoing endeavor that will last forever.
Yeah, I guess the question would be, are we expecting additional expenses for that work, or is engineering just absorbing it and we don't need any additional personnel?
We don't need additional personnel.
That was the key question, because I know those can get very lengthy.
Right.
I'll just one for now, and you note managed construction of improvements to the Hudson Street landfill.
Mm-hmm.
Where do we stand with that? Because I've been questioning that for years on the recapping and all that, and DEP making sure we meet the administrative order.
Right, yeah, we went through a lengthy process with DEP to get that all permitted, and that's done.
It is.
The bidding phase, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Orm. Moving on to snow and ice, page 84. Any questions in regards to the snow and ice?
Quick ones.
Councilor Orm.
Yes, on snow and ice, we had a mild winter. Is that a norm, or are we expecting, does it meet the average, is what you presented?
Well,
From what you presented?
so, in my world, in Public Works is different than the rest of the world. And that is, you know, if you're living at home, you measure the severity of a winter by how many times you have to shovel or snow blow. The reality in my world is, if there's any amount of ice, it's an event for us. So it could be so much as somebody has a sump pump that's pumping water out into the street, and a cold night it freezes, and I've got to send folks out to respond to that. It's an expense that you wouldn't otherwise know living at your home and looking out your window, but it's things that I have to deal with. And in a lighter winter, I'm then able to fill up the salt shed, so I have that kind of front-loaded to be ready for the next year, and I can get that at this year's rate versus next year's rate, which is almost always higher. So those sorts of things that we can do even if there's a light year.
But 1 million would not cover this winter, this
No,
past winter.
no.
But I've always asked, why do we keep it at 500,000, and the state law allows us? We're playing with numbers to make the budget look interesting, but I appreciate you adding to it. I'm not gonna complain about that, because I've been asking the mayor for years to let's be more practical about what we put in there.
And what we do in Marlborough for snow and ice budgeting is what every other
I know.
municipality does. Yeah,
It's just,
nothing unique
it's not
here.
practical, it's misleading to some degree when you get to the final numbers, but thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Council Roby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Commissioner, I will respectfully disagree with the comments that my fellow councilor just made. I think what Marlborough has done in the past has worked. I went back and looked. In 2017, we were able to take care of $1,375,000 with the $6 million left in free cash. We did the same thing in 18, 19, 20, and 21, all with various amounts. There's currently 4.726 in, and I accounted for potential transfers that still haven't been approved. We're at 1,652,000, almost 1,700,000. There's plenty of money to pay for this in this year's free cash, or whatever we want to call it. So the mayor is saying that he thinks he's saving the taxpayers money by adding this in, where I would say that we're making the taxpayers pay a higher tax rate because we've added $500,000 to the budget, when we'll have probably 6 or 7 million left in free cash in October that we could use like we always have. Free cash is not manna from heaven. It's money that we didn't spend in this year's budget or prior year budgets that the city residents had to pay taxes on. And I'm talking to you, but I'm really just talking to the city council. So I personally would reduce this again and continue with the practice that we've done in the past. I'm not on finance, so I don't have a say.
Thank you, Council Roby. Council Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take Councilor Orm's side on this one. I consider authenticity and transparency to set the number right, and that if we don't hide it, you know, we're pulling it out of someplace else. You know, consider what orifice we're pulling out to your own imagination, but the intent of putting this here is saying what the actual budget is. So this is not hiding the money, it's putting it there real. And I think that's an important part of transparency for, you know, government function. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Council Doucette. Okay, moving on to streets, page 86. Councilor.
And again, Mr. Commissioner, I'm just going over the ones that show a high percent change. Overtime regular, 51310 line item, 25%. Why did it jump up so much?
That's a couple of reasons. One is we've had a very difficult time keeping a full staff within our streets division. And so reduced staff, more overtime. And then also, you know, we have we have our contractual increases in our collective bargaining agreements, that has a play in it. And then there is, a never-ending need for overtime. And so we will often group some projects together and put that, in on overtime to make it more efficient for us to do. So, and so we're finding out that we can get more done because, take for instance, line painting. So we're painting crosswalks. It's very hard to do that during the day. We can come in at night and do that work. And if we throw another person or two at it, we can get it done even more quickly, but so there's some increased cost to overtime, but those are the main factors there.
I can respect that, it's just the 25% increase, what had changed from last year to the following year, but we can look at that. And just 33% increase on license fees. It's not much, but is that due to state registrations? Is that what you're talking about, or licenses?
Well, so we're adding $300 to that line.
Yeah, no, I know, it's not much, but I was just curious what the increase was. Was it, what kind of license is that?
What do we capture in that?
Oh, don't worry about it right now.
Yeah.
If you don't, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna push on that one. I know it's only 300, but still, just curious. And contract services went up 11%. Now, that one's a little more heftier. That's at 50,000.
Right. And that is the unavoidable expense that we're seeing here when we contract for services.
Seeing that much of an
Everything's
increase.
just going up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Council Perrone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair Irish, and thank you, Commissioner. I know we're throwing a lot of questions at you, so I appreciate you moving into each department. I wanted to just kind of comment on the trash and recycling, how that's been going. I know there were concerns that's continuing to increase in terms of the costs, just not even unique to Marlborough, but nationally.
Sure.
And then, I'm a big fan of the compost program, so I was just curious how the participation is and if there are more efforts. I think in the past when we've spoken, new waves of trying to engage people in that program, and that's a benefit to reduce the amount of waste that people are putting in their trash, because most of it is food waste. So I wanted to give you a moment to comment on those two areas.
Yeah,
It came up under the...
trash and recycling costs are increasing. They've increased for quite a number of years. What we have represented in this budget is our contractual increase with Republic Services. And so that contract goes through 2025, I believe. So we'll see another increase next year and then beyond. Yeah. But to comment about waste reduction, we're all in. We're all in for that. And so the more people that can have those compost bins, the better. We educate people when they call, and we put things on our Facebook page from time to time. And that part's about education and getting that out there. The less tonnage that we send out the door, the less expensive it is to us.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I know it was listed under the accomplishments around, or the streets division being responsible for the trash and recycling. And one thing that was under the accomplishments, and I was just curious, I know we received that grant funding, I want to say near the Boys and Girls Club to input trees. Was that the grant that is being referenced here where it says planted trees procured through grant funding? Is that a reference to that grant?
Yeah, it's about $40,000 if I remember right.
Okay.
Planting trees, yeah.
Okay, I'm sure we'll talk about it more with conservation as well, but we should continue to apply for those types of grants, particularly in that area of the city, just given the urban heat island effect in that area.
And we are a designated tree city, and so that allows us to tap into those sorts of grants. So that's a very good thing.
Okay.
Not every city in town is listed as a tree city. So we should be proud of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So going back to streets on page 87, the contract services, you said it increased 50,000. What do we actually contract out to have the increase?
Contract services here?
Right.
53
Back to
40.
Councilor Orm's point of the increase of 50,000, you said that the contracts are actually increasing.
Sure.
What do we contract out when it comes to streets to allocate the increase of 50,000?
Oh, so we'll contract for buying bulk asphalt, we'll contract for doing the long line painting, we'll contract for buying, other construction materials like gravel and then we'll have also services that come in, for maybe some paving work that's more than we can handle in-house. Those are just some examples of contract services.
So we don't have a line painting machine in-house?
We can do what I'll call everything that's not a long line. So everything that's not a long yellow line and not a white fog line. It's the crosswalk, stop bars, parking stalls, things of that nature. We have a machine that we can do in-house.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on, next one is page 89, repair shop. Any questions on page 89? Oh, Council Ruby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Commissioner, on your sick leave buyback, 51920 on this, on page 90, you are asking for an increase, but you haven't used any yet this year. So who's eligible? And why?
So that is, I think we've got an employee now into that category, I believe.
So
They've
with
reached
the-
their years of service, I think, is where that comes from.
Is it a new employee?
No, existing employee. And I think it was, remember right, may have been under budgeted in the past, and we're catching up with that now, I believe.
Okay. I think that was my only question.
Okay, moving on to page 91, Forestry and Parks. Any questions on starting on page 91? Oh, Council.
Just on the interim foreman, is that you moving things around on that? Is that line item 51470?
Yeah, so
66% increase.
Right, so interim foreman, what we call interim foreman, you could say intermittent foreman, we use those terms interchangeably. You know, that's when we have a foreman that's out, then we take a laborer, typically the most senior person. That person becomes the foreman for the day. And so, you know, we've had like a succession of things. We have a general foreman that's out for a period of time, then we have a foreman that becomes general foreman, and then we've got, you know, laborers that become foreman. It becomes a sort of cascade thing. We've had, we have in the future some needs there that we can see where some folks are gonna be out. And we also have situation here that we have some long-term interim foremen as well. So, because of the nature of the work and what we have to get accomplished with the folks that we have on staff, that will kick us into an interim foreman scenario there.
Okay, and I noticed in FY '22, you're 27,000, so they must get a differential?
That's
when
what
they
it
get
is.
switched
Essentially,
over?
it's a differential. Yeah.
Thank you.
Council Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So your overtime for parks, you've increased, I think, 30,000 for overtime regular. But as of to date this year, if my notes are correct, you had a budget of 70,000, you transferred already 55,000, which totals 125, and you already used 115 to date. So my concern is now that you increased it 30,000, you're already gonna be negative this time the next year. Can you explain what's
So
going on?
your question is about the increase?
Correct.
Okay.
So if we're at if everything goes the same as this year,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to transfer again, because you're already gonna be negative 15,000, if my math is correct.
Yeah, I don't have that math in front of me. I don't have the,
Sure, so I'm telling you right now, your budget was 70,000 last year.
Mhm.
You are, according to our May audit report, you transferred 55,000,
Mhm.
so now that's 125.
Mhm.
You've already used 115 to this date.
Mhm.
So I'm assuming that we are short-staffed, or we have a numerous amount of projects?
both,
Okay.
both.
So
yes.
my concern is,
Yep.
now that you've increased to 100,000. So if you have the same amount of staff, same amount of projects, you're gonna be negative 15,000.
Mhm.
I'm just concerned about your budget. I'm just looking through the numbers.
No need to be concerned. We have that in hand.
Okay. Do we see hiring more people so the overtime is reflected, so we don't need the 30,000, or
Between now and the end of the fiscal year, I can make no guarantees.
of next year?
Next year, I would love to fill the vacancies.
Okay, so we're using the 30 as a cushion.
Absolutely, absolutely, and we have projects that we need to get done as well, so.
How many, and for the Parks Division, how short-staffed are we?
Right now, we just had a couple of hires come on board. Right now, we're down one, but I've got retirements coming.
Okay.
So probably 2 retirements in the next year.
So you'll be down 3-ish if you don't hire.
That's right. And then people leave too. They go and they seek employment elsewhere.
Okay.
So,
My next question, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, so the part-time help as well, same math. So you had 50,000, you transferred 20,000 out this year, and you only used half of it. So my concern with part-time help, are we just having difficulty finding help? Because I don't think that you're gonna use all of that for this fiscal.
yeah, I'd have to look to see the number of part-time positions we budget for. We don't always get them. They typically are college kids that come back. We don't always get the same number that come back. I think, I want to say we budget for, say, 7 or so. Sometimes we get 3, sometimes we get 5, sometimes we get 2. Hard to know. Hard to know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stewart. Okay, moving on to page 94. I know you touched base a little bit on this. Got any questions on solid waste and recycling? Hearing none.
Oh, sorry, did you say rubbish?
Oh, yeah.
I do have a question
Page
regarding
94.
rubbish. Right, you said rubbish? Thank you. So my question to you is, I know that we touched base upon it, the increase is because it's contractually, correct? So there's been every week, Dominic does a great job about sending things that haven't been picked up or missed streets. Contractually, is there any, I guess, penalization for things that they're not picking up in the contract?
Yes, to a point. We had a situation where on the yard waste pickup that is under contract, we had a hard time getting our contractor to do it. And so we ended up doing it, and we back-charged them.
Okay.
So there are some avenues there for,
But not on a regular weekly basis. So if they miss 10 streets just because they're short drivers or whatever, there's no give or take?
not generally. But
Okay.
if there's something that's outside of the normal, then we would have a conversation with them for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
But we're always gonna miss some amount of collections each week. That's just gonna happen. There's no doubt about it. Often what happens is it's affected by construction. So the truck can't get through because the roadway's under construction. We try to tell folks, get your bins out early. We try to coordinate with the company. It doesn't always work. So
Okay.
when you see like a whole street that's missed, it's typically because of
Right.
construction.
Okay.
The houses here or there, sometimes folks won't put it out in the right time, and then they call us and say, hey, Republic never picked up my
Right.
bins, and in reality, the truck went down the street. It was just, the resident was too late. So those are the things that'll pop up, week to week.
Okay. My concern is that we're using a lot of city resources regarding the back and forth, whether it's us as city councilors who get notified about trash pickup, then we have to contact your office. It's time with that email has to be resent. Just trying to figure out if there's a way to minimize that, and how do we collect on money they're essentially not doing their job one way or another, whether it's our fault or their fault. So I'm just trying to figure out, and now it's gone up significantly, to the tune of almost, 250,000 this year, and then we have to renew that contract yet again. I'm just wondering if there's something in that contract where we can hold them responsible for them essentially fulfilling their contract every week. So it's just something to look out, because I know that I'm sure your department is tired of getting those phone calls all the time. So if there's a way to talk and figure that out contractually, how to lessen that burden on your team, because they could be doing something else and focusing on other work.
Sure, no, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Just to follow up a little bit. If the trash is missed on Tuesday, they come around on Wednesday to pick it up, is that true? Or which day?
Yeah, typically.
Is it Wednesday or Thursday?
It has to be in by Wednesday.
Thursday?
Thursday. It has to be in by Wednesday by noon for the report, so you can contact.
Okay, so there is a we identified them as being missed, and there's a follow-up within the week to clean it up, so that's, I just want to point that process does exist. Thank you.
Councilor Pullman.
Yeah, just building off of Councilor Dumas's point, how is that impacted by the snow for the removal? I know sometimes there's like updates put on the social media, but they're still required to pick up the trash, or is it dependent on how many inches of snow and the timing of the storm?
For the most part, they're still on the hook to pick up the trash. If there's a major blizzard, then that changes things, but for the routine sort of snowstorms we see here, they're on the hook to pick up.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Warren.
Thank you. Just on two line items, 51240 and 51310, they both have an increase. The first one, 14%, second, 33.33. What's causing the increase on attendance?
So this is another personnel-related matter here. So we're having a hard time attracting attendance. The step zero rate is, we started off the position at $18 an hour a couple of years ago. It's gotten its cost of living increases, but it's still, we're not attracting people at that rate of pay. So the proposal will be for a pay grade reclass on that to up the pay.
So we'll probably be seeing you on maybe changing that.
That's correct.
And then overtime regular, is that related to not having enough attendance?
Yes, yep, that's partly related to that. Also partly related to the fact that we're not able to hire a permanent operator, equipment operator for that facility. And so then our foreman has to pick up more of the work, or we'll grab other equipment operators from other, parts of the DPW and bring them in there, often on overtime.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Pullman.
On the overtime, I'm just wondering, is there a limit on how many hours an employee can pick up? Just thinking if they're working already 40 hours and then there's overtime and just fatigue, like is there a cap that the DPW places on how much overtime an existing employee can pick up? And if so, what is that, and how do you mitigate that if it's the same employees picking up the overtime?
So we don't have a cap per se on the, a limit on overtime hours. Generally leave it up to the employee and the employee supervisor to try to work that out. Obviously, if we have somebody that's totally burned out, then, we'll come up with another arrangement, but we don't force people into overtime hours. It's a voluntary thing, so, no cap, not forced. We just kind of work along with what we have.
Okay,
Yeah.
and if someone does not pick up those shifts, what happens? The work doesn't get done, but if it's an emergency, what happens?
We'll find someone somewhere that can help us out.
Okay. I know we've been monitoring all of the departments overtime, so this isn't unique to just you, but I was just curious because it feels like, given the limited number of staff and the open positions, it might be, even if not directly, like asking a lot of employees to pick up a lot of hours. And I know that's not something you want to do. Obviously, you want to fill all these positions, but I would be concerned that someone's had to operate a machine for X number of hours and maybe didn't get, enough time in between, and then they're picking up an overtime shift, so.
Yeah, and at the resident drop-off facility, it's not a, operator fatigue sort of thing. It's just the number of hours, because it's open, Monday through Saturday, and, 9 hours a day. So we have a lot of hours to fill, and it's time. It's just time. It's not, being behind the wheel of a big front-end loader for hours on end. It's about covering the shift, making sure there's somebody there while the facility is open.
Okay, and just on that, because this is just to commend you all, when you all put up those digital signs the drop-off facility is closed for this holiday or other uses of that, I think is really stellar. So
Great.
definitely keeps people informed who might not be looking at the social media pages and are clearly driving around the city, and then they see that reminder. I think it's very helpful, so please continue doing that.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay, moving on to page 133, sewer service. Any questions in regards to page 133? Councilor Rowley?
One second, let me get to that page. So on sewer services, it's actually, no, I want to speak to the fact of, oh, no, it is. The office supplies expenses are up by 75%. The number on that, 54220.
Yeah, we're asking for an increase of $515. So it's, you know,
Understandable.
75%, but
Yep.
the reality is it's $500.
I know it's small numbers, but that's a big increase. I didn't know what happened, that's all.
Okay. Oh, it's just extra stuff that we need to buy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let you, that's fine. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Cronin?
Thank you. I'm also on 134 with the pumping station maintenance increase. I know there's historical actual amount listed in the description. Is this something that would be upgrading equipment, or things are outdated that would be the annual increase that we would see moving forward, or how outdated is some of the pumping station equipment?
So, you know, figure we have 28 pumping stations across the city. A lot of them built in, you know, I'll say the 1950s, 60s, 70s timeframe, and they're old and they're tired, and they require a lot of maintenance. And, you know, so if we have a pump that goes down, and we need to replace the pump, sometimes the pump can be, you know, $20,000 that we gotta come up with right then and there, and fix it, so we get the, you know, pumping station operating efficiently. So, it's a function of age, function of use, and, we need this money here to keep the system functioning.
Okay, and is the number, I know it's the historical actual amount listed, was that derived from a past number that was utilized, or was that sort of, if there was a $20,000 increase, that would account for that in that 30,000, or what was the number?
So you're looking at FY '22 actual, is that what you're looking at?
Yes, I'm at line item 55660 on page 134,
Yeah.
with the 30,000 increase.
Yeah, so the justification for the increase,
Or that specific number,
the specific number of 30,000?
yes.
That's not tied to any specific need per se.
Okay, it's an estimate of what the
Yes.
need might be based on historical,
Historical, the way we see pricing going here for these parts and pieces as we go forward.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned the pricing of the material, because I imagine that will also be on the rise, which
Oh, absolutely.
feels like it's happening throughout your entire department, everything's
Entire
on the
department.
rise.
Entire department.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the context and that you are outlining this for us, and definitely the justifications are really helpful.
Okay, great.
Okay, moving on to page 136.
36.
West, east, waste. Councilor Doucette?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Actually, on page 137, service contract plant equipment, there's a significant jump. Usually you don't see a 100% jump in a service contract. What happened? Is it new equipment getting contracted in, or, I mean, it's a significant jump, 100%.
100%, but again, the value is 13,000. It's not 130,000. So
Okay.
this is a maintenance thing. This is, you know, increasing the budget to be commensurate with the cost increases that we're seeing.
Okay.
So, yeah, the number jumps out at you 100%.
Okay.
Sure.
So the next few down, that's another 40,000 for general equipment repairs. So this is all effectively preventive maintenance stuff, trying to get as much as we can, you know,
Right.
out of the old machines.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Doucette. Councilor Rowley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Commissioner, you mentioned in your information about an on-call program. Can you explain how that's related to the overtime in the sewer?
So,
Price?
for a while, we were considering putting into effect some sort of pilot program here for operators that when they come back, if they get called in on the weekend, that we'd have some amount of overtime available for them. But really to the extent that they would be on call to be able to respond to these weekender events or even after-hours events. Right now, where it stands, if there's an emergency during the night, emergency on a weekend, it's the goodwill of the employee that cares about his or her job to come in and take care of the emergency. There's no program in place, I guess, is what I want to say. There's no program in place that says this person is on call, this person is responsible for these emergency calls. We were considering a pilot program where we could put in a system so that people would know that they'd be on call, a week from now, 2 weeks from now, so that they could plan their life around that and be, close to home so that they could respond to an emergency. So we're still considering that as a pilot program. We have not made any commitments on it.
And that is the need for the increase, because you figured you would be an increase in the amount that they're paid, or do you just, the increase is because you think there'll be more need for overtime?
There's need for overtime for sure, and that doesn't go away. The bulk of the increase was, as we're contemplating this program, where there would be some amount of compensation for the person to be on call. So that's where that increase, the large increase request was from.
And is that something that's a pilot, but if it came to fruition, would it be a contract issue?
It would probably end up being a contract, be either bargained into the next contract or maybe some kind of side letter agreement or something. Not certain on that. We wanted to see if the program was actually going to work. If it did result in having better efficiencies, that people could plan their lives, and also in exchange for that, knowing that they'd come in, that it wouldn't be a scramble, that we'd find somebody out of their good graces to wake them up and have them come in, when in reality they could say, I really can't.
And so it's still a pilot program in idea? It hasn't been
Concept.
implemented?
In concept, nothing's been implemented.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rowley. Okay, moving on to page 139, wastewater. Questions on page 139? Councilor?
I have a couple. It's related to, obviously you already talked about overtime, so I'm not gonna belabor that. I wanted to know, though, maintenance, very last line, 54340, it's an increase of 35,000. What's happening at the West Wastewater?
Yeah, and again, that's aging equipment. That's the cost to do business, so to speak, these days.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Moving on to.
Chair Irish? Thank you. I just had a follow-up on that. Is that something that we would anticipate annually, that something like that would need to be increasing to meet the demand of the aging equipment? Or particularly there's something aging right now that we're trying to address?
Nothing specific. This is something that the council should consider, the committee should consider as something that would be regular in the coming years. If we had a full grade, plant upgrade like we did several years ago, then that number would probably remain static. But now that everything's aging and we don't have plans for a full-scale, rehab of the plant.
Yeah,
it's
more expensive than what we have listed for a full
Yeah, that's right.
rehab.
We'll take the 35,000 for
Okay.
now.
Well, in the future, if there's an opportunity to share kind of what is aging down the line that we should be aware of, I think that would be helpful, so we ensure that nothing happens to the equipment, and then, we haven't been proactive enough with the updates. I wouldn't want to see anything not be functioning at the level that the city needs.
Yeah, and I think, in all fairness, I think we're doing a pretty good job with that. In fact, we're doing about $140,000 project right now, upgrading the blower controls at the West Plant, and a lot of that is grant funded. So, council was good last year in appropriating $1.6 million for SCADA control, supervisory control, and data acquisition. We talked about the acronym. So so that's a big effort on our part here to go through that, upgrade all of the controls for each plant, $1.6 million. And so those things will help us keep some of these costs down, for sure, but it won't eliminate them.
Thank you. We appreciate all the grants, and, you know, the council obviously wants to support DPW and what they need, so just continue to let us know if there's other transfers or things down the line. Obviously, we want the budget to be really effective right now, that we don't need to do that, but we recognize things come up.
Okay, moving on to page 142, sludge removal.
Mr. President, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Mr. President.
Mr. Commissioner, back in March, you had transferred out $475,000 from this fund, and you kind of indicated to the council this could be either A, ripe for cuts or potential reductions, yet it's going up $86,000. Why should the council support that and not level fund it?
So we've got contractual increases with our sludge removal company. We're also seeing some external pressures coming in. The state of Maine just implemented, I want to say, $10 per ton of sludge coming in the door into the state of Maine, so that they can fund their PFAS mitigation strategy. Everybody's heard about PFAS. These are the forever chemicals, the like the fire retardant foams and the waterproof coatings and the like, nonstick cookware and stuff. So big concern right now in our industry, and so we're seeing those pressures come in. They're translating into increased costs. The other thing too is we never know how much sludge we're going to produce on any given month. We could have a monthly bill that's $90,000 based on the tonnage we produce. It could be $130,000 a month based on the tonnage we produce, and it's variable, seasonal. Depends on the demand, depends on how much rain falls and how much of that water gets into the sewer pipes and ultimately conveyed to the treatment plants. So there's a lot for us to consider there, and it's expense that never goes away. And so my feeling is to have the right amount of money, a good amount of money, got some contingency in there so that we're not dealing with an issue down the road where there isn't enough.
Yep, no, I understand that, but contingency I'm not a big fan of, because as I've continually preached to this council, it's a $188 million budget, and there's plenty of room to move money around. So as we heard back in March, this is one ripe to be level funded. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good point. Moving on to the next item is page 157, Water Service Fund.
Mr. Chair?
Yep, the water one. Thank you, Mr. President.
So the MWRA water, how do you arrive at that figure, Mr. Commissioner?
So that's a number that comes to us from MWRA.
Does it come from the February report that doesn't match this number?
I don't have that number.
So the reason I mention it to you is we get the same report, and it does not match what's in the budget. So I'm going to ask you to go look and report back to us tomorrow if the number that the MWRA told us to be budgeted in that line item in February is what's supposed to be in this budget and not $90,000 more than what's there.
Will do.
Thank you very much.
The other part too, also to consider though, is that we pay our chemical costs out of that account as well. So.
That's not what you said. You said it was from the MWRA assessment. So thank you, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any further questions on regards to that page? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. Councilor Navin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Commissioner. The mayor highlighted this at the beginning of the evening, that the city's going to go out with a level funded water rate with no increase, which, I think it's great. Everybody, no one wants to pay what is already a very high water bill. But the overall percentage increase, is pretty substantial in the budget. And so at some point, we're going to have to make sure that we are raising the money that we are going to start owing to people. So I guess my question is it prudent to do a 0 this year, and are we going to see larger increases in the out years because of it?
So you're talking about the water and sewer rate? So if we do a 0%, you're wondering what that's gonna be down the road? Yeah. So, have some conversations with the mayor about that, and our assistant commissioner of utilities about that. We have increased the rate since I started here, each and every year, as part of that rate schedule that we had done. We had hired a rate expert, kind of helped us put together a rate increase schedule out to FY26. We made some assumptions going into that on what the rate would need to be. Those assumptions were made in FY19, I want to say, looking out till FY26. And so, now that we've gone through about halfway through the schedule, now we're seeing that the assumptions that we made in FY19 are not necessarily how they're panning out. So I'm comfortable and confident that delaying the increase 1 year is going to be okay. Ideally, we do an exhaustive study each and every year to see, and then extend the budget schedule, or the rate schedule, I should say, for another year. But I don't think we need to do that in this case. That's an added expense that I don't think we need. So I'm comfortable holding the rate.
So did we over-collect in prior years to give us this ability to have a 0 this year, or?
I don't know that we've over-collected. We bill and the revenue comes in, and then, that goes against the expenses that we have, obviously. So we're not building up big reserves that I'm aware of. We're covering our costs, comfortably covering our costs, allowing for some money that can be used, appropriated separately for capital expenses that are sorely needed. So it's not, the city's not, accumulating a war chest,
right,
so to speak.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I know that the authority puts out a 10-year rate projection where, they're going to have slow and steady, predictable rate increases, in the 3s probably. And, I don't want to see us skip a year and then all of a sudden, everybody wants to know why the heck their water bill went up so much, drastically. It's not that we can't blame MWRA. I think we do a good job of it. I think, that's part of the services. So I just want to make sure that people are knowing what the actual cost of the water is. So thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilor Roby.
Mr. Chair, you have a tank maintenance line that's added in for $151 million with, I believe, your note saying that it's a contract projection.
Yes.
So is this another one of those you don't have the contract yet?
Well, so this is actually more of a defined amount. So if you'll remember, a couple of years ago, we entered into a contract with this tank maintenance company. Over the next 15 years, we prescribed all of the work that we wanted done, and we said, what is that cost going to be each year for the next 15 years? So that's what this is. This is year 2 or 3. I don't remember exactly the timeline now. So I guess this is year 2, because year 1 was a big capital appropriation. It was like, say 1.4 million or something like that. We used that at Sligo tank and rehabbed Sligo tank, and now this is our sort of our maintenance fee going forward, so that all of these other not capital repairs but maintenance repairs can be done in a prescribed manner, that we can look out 15 years and know what's going to happen, and with that work know that we're going to be in compliance with all of the regulations for DEP. So this is now sort of that maintenance amount, and you'll see that each year for the next 15 years. So it appears as a new line item this year. It won't be a new line item next year and the year after that.
Okay. And then the water meters. Where are we in this? I thought we were done replacing water, or is that just an ongoing?
That's ongoing.
Just keeps, water meters are
That's
old,
right.
they need to be
It's
replaced.
ongoing. The American Water Works recommendation is to replace the water meter every 10 years. And so we want to maintain a schedule where we can replace a batch every 10 years, not have to go through the entire city once every 10 years. So, sort of like rotating the tires, so to speak. Yeah.
And do most homes have the water meter inside the home or outside the home?
Inside the home.
Inside, so there's still the way to read the meter from outside the home? They
Correct.
just come by.
That's right.
So you go inside the homes to replace that water meter?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other further questions on that line item? Okay, also, you do city school support as well on page 67. Any questions in regards to that, where we have Commissioner Doug Ollier? Starts on page 67, yes.
67.
Thank you. Just a question, I know in the past we talked about the staffing issues of the ones on page 68. How many of these are not staffed right now? Are a lot of them vacant and we're renewing them in the budget, or are this to fill existing positions? Because I know there's been a lot of vacancy line items that we've transferred from.
All right, so looking down the line, so building maintenance craftsman, I think we're full up. Electrician, that's a proposed reclassification of the salary table. HVAC as well. Foreman, general foreman, we're full there, so. Yeah, so
Okay.
mostly full. A couple of salary reclass, and again, I'll be before the council with that.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that some of these are full, more than I would have expected, given some of the other positions that you mentioned that have been vacant. So hopefully people like to work in the schools, and we keep it that way, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Any further questions? Councilor Roby?
The Assistant Commissioner of Facilities, so you said this is a new hire.
Yes.
So the increase is based on a projection for what that salary would be?
Right, well, now that we have a person in the position, this is a seasoned facilities director from a school district nearby. And so, if you remember, a couple of years ago, City Council gave authority to the mayor to bring somebody in, not necessarily at step 0 or step 1. The mayor could go up to step 2. The authority was given to the mayor to go up to step 2. And so, bringing in a seasoned professional, step 2 was what, we wanted to do to get this person to come in, and a fair compensation for this person. So that's the, that's why the number is increased there, to reflect that amount.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so, Mr. Commissioner, if you through HR could provide the details of that, because the salary tables I have don't reflect that, so I just want to make sure that the number in there is correct. So if you can provide us with the details that show that, that would be much appreciated.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good question. Any further questions for Commissioner? Thank you very much, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're getting closer to 10. What I'd like to do is, we still have some, the library and information technology, if we can get those in. I will go for the first one, information
Mr. Chair,
technology.
point of it. I'm willing to go till midnight if you want, but that's with the recess.
And when we get to 10, we'll
All
get-
these
yes.
department heads have been waiting for a
Absolutely.
long time, so I'm willing to go later, but I want
I'm with
to
you.
feel out the rest of my fellows before I say that.
So what, absolutely.
Commitments the next day.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a night person.
I forgot.
All right, let's getting back to this, page 31.
Stay
Any
until after 10.
questions for the Gibbs?
I gotta get up in the morning. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
So I don't have any acronyms on my
Page
budget here,
31?
so.
Page 31?
Oh, right.
So we do have, yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead, please.
So we do have some software costs increased this year, which is the Munis, which is a 3-year contract. Every 3 years, we renegotiate. We don't renegotiate, they just send us a bill for more money. So that's where Munis is, which is our highest cost that we have. And the second cost is the OpenGov. So I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with the OpenGov project that we've been doing. It's been very successful. It started out with the building department, thanks to Tin and his work that he's done there, but it's also increased now. It's in the fire department, it's in other departments. So every time we bring another department in, the cost goes up. So as you notice that you can now do fire permits online and pay for it online, thanks to the treasurer of this department. And so that's been very good, but every time we bring a department in, there's another cost and monthly service fees that we have to pay, yearly fees. Also the telephone bill, as you know, I've said many times over and over again about the telephone bill. I was here not too long ago to increase that to cover us for last year, but I mean, we should be good and solid this year. I shouldn't have to come back for any more for the telephone bill, because I think we're right where we need to be. And the school department is loving the fact with the reverse 911 and the features that are in place, so they work very well. All right, any questions?
Mr. Gibbs, thank you. A question, though, I'm looking at your department, and you got, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 with you. Do they all stay in City Hall, or are they at the school department?
So we have some at City Hall, we have some at the school departments. Some of them rotate, so some will come in, be in City Hall a couple days a week. A lot of them are off in the schools throughout the day, and then they come back to City Hall. We want to make sure that we have at least 2 to 3 people on the phones at all times. I'm a stickler of that phone being answered and not going to voicemail ever. So that's important to me and our department, so.
And just one other question.
Yeah.
Maybe someone else. Payroll being all electronic, is that under your department, or are you part of that program?
I am part of that program. I work heavily with the treasurer's department and payroll department to get that online, and the time clock systems online as well.
Expected date?
I'll let the Treasury Department answer
Sure.
that question. I mean, you know, I know my department, IT, is on the test phase, so we're filling our time out online, which I didn't do last week, but it is in a test phase right now, so.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I was in trouble for that, by the way, so.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Council Crowe.
Thank you, Chair Irish, and thank you, Director Gibbs. Definitely really appreciate the OpenGov being brought to all departments. That's a huge undertaking, so congratulations to you and all the departments that have now embedded it into their structures. I was curious, I know you mentioned the annual increases. Is that going to sustain at that level every single year? Is that something that
Yes.
it won't maintain at a certain increase, correct?
As long as we don't bring another department in, so for example, if the building department wants to add a few more SKUs or our billing issues, that we can just add them without any added costs. Our department is trained on some of this too as well, so they can make it. The DPW does a lot of that work on their own when they're doing road opening permits and all that stuff. And it's good to be able to log in and see that these, employees are creating their own, payment SKUs and stuff in there. It's good to see that, instead of them saying, I'm not using this, we're not. We really do see a big people joining in on that and making stuff. So I'm very happy with that.
No, that's great. And I know this came up with the schools around the Chromebooks, but I was just wondering, I sense, and I've heard this in the news as well, that the Chromebooks have a short lifespan, right? You don't get as much out of it. I know it's sort of used widely across school districts. Is there any alternative that we're looking at, just given the 3-year lifespan, or, the need to have someone have it multiple times, get a new Chromebook? I mean, that seems like a large cost, and wondering if there are alternatives that we're exploring, or if that seems to be the best currently, given the cost.
So I'm one to say I'd love to get rid of Chromebooks altogether, you know, but also cost-wise, maintenance, support, you can't beat the $200 price tag for those devices. I do have a young kid that does my Chromebook tech, and he's phenomenal on repairing the screens and getting parts and getting all the stuff that he needs to get that stuff and keep that process going. We do, unfortunately, our middle school kids, I don't know about all of them, but I know the middle school is we're constantly repairing screens and keyboards and stuff in the middle school age. I guess it's in the age group, but other than that, the other schools, the elementary schools, the high school, they seem to take care of them, and you know, we don't have as much broken there.
Okay, and then they keep them, is that correct? They would keep them, they're not returning them to us?
Correct. At the end of the year, the seniors, I think they have the option to take them with them, and once they take them with them, we remove them from our domain, and they're able to use them as personal use if they want to. A lot of them don't want to, but they go on to college and they'll get a PC or a Mac or anything like that. So.
Okay, and then the last thing, it's half a joke but half serious. How come I can never get internet whenever I come in here with my tablet?
I don't know that.
It must be my tablet. I think everyone else can hook up. So definitely, I'm sure that the Wi-Fi here is very strong. I know there's the staff one and then the public use, but definitely making sure that that's accessible, I think, throughout City Hall is something. Maybe it's user error, but every time I log in, you know.
Well, I'm on right now and with my device, and we do have a diversity. So we do have 2 lines coming in, Comcast and Verizon for school and city. So we actually have 4 internet lines, and they're crossed for. I do know that since I was in this meeting, our Verizon line did go up and down a couple times.
Okay, well.
But you should have been able to still get on. So.
I did eventually get on as soon as you appeared, so it must be tied to you.
Maybe you try to log on at the same time that it was having its issue.
Okay, well, just joking, but I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
It's every meeting.
Any further questions?
It's pretty funny.
Councilor Doucette?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Want to talk about the upgrade of the water system. They're doing new SCADA systems.
Yes.
So is that replacing an existing SCADA system, or is it an upgrade to, do you know what?
So it's replacing so when the east and west plant went in, they purchased all new equipment and all new SCADA system. Now that SCADA system is highly secure and highly sensitive. And the reason why it's secure is that it's not on any network at all.
It's air-gapped.
It's by itself.
Yeah, it's air-gapped.
Yeah, so because it's by itself, there isn't anybody that, they didn't have a maintenance program or anybody to go and check. And, you know, and working with Mr. Lafreniere, he's contacted me a few times, and we've gone down there and maintained his devices for him and stuff. But yeah, they are replacing that in the, I think it's the west plant, right? East plant right now, and then they're gonna move on to the west. But
And
we
the
do
intent
have
is still-
some firewalls in place that have SCADA policies, so they'll be able to manage them from home. If they get an alarm, they'll be able to get into them. But that's all they can get to.
So you're removing the air gap?
Excuse me?
You're removing the air gap?
Well, the air gap is not, they are not on our network at all. So they still have to log in just to that island only, so.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Doucette. Any further questions?
Just one more. Thank you. So you have an increase in the maintenance and computer software line item of 43,000, and then just computer software line item of 15. Can we explain the difference of the two?
Yes, so I believe the computer soft line is the Microsoft licenses that we had to do. We had so with the time clocks online, everybody and all employees need to have a licensing for their email license, so they can get to on their phone or their PC or whatever, to be able to clock in, clock out, get their time clocks and stuff. So we did have to increase licenses. I think we added something like 50 licenses that people didn't have. The main software line item is mainly the Munis contract.
That's what I thought.
Yep, and that's where the Munis contract is, and the OpenGov, police software, all those software contracts that have gone out.
Thank you.
And I do have money in here too, to cover the library for their new printers and their new phones that they're gonna get, and so on and so forth. So I'll be ready when we go live soon. Hopefully in a couple weeks, right?
Any further questions for Director Gibbs? All right, seeing none, we'll move on. Before we get to the library, does anyone have any questions for the Veteran Service Officer?
I can't answer it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike, Mr. Hennessy. So that would start on page 105. Good evening, Director.
Nothing there.
Okay. Hello. I'm happy to go right in with a question, but is there any context you want to provide? I don't want to.
No, well, you assume you got all my statement.
Thank you. Thanks.
I really didn't request any changes except for the Graves officer, which was an increase from $300 to $500. The main justification for that is we had to order more flags. Since myself and Lieutenant Commander Matthew Sargent mapped both main city cemeteries with Maplewood and Evergreen, we discovered a lot of graves, and last year we actually ran out of flags. So we had to dip into our reserves that fortunately Mr. Brown had for the past 30 years in the basement of the Walker Building. We had to tap into that in the past, and that is now exhausted. So I had to order more flags, and KJ, who's in the position now, he's running around like a chicken with his head cut off because a lot of the posts, some of them want him at the individual's home, some of them want him at the posts. You know, he comes out with his trailer, picks them up, disperses them, and then the past couple of years we've had the TJX Veterans Group want to do the IC Cemetery, which is a private cemetery. So he's been coming in Friday morning before Memorial Day, and he's been going out with the TJX Veterans Group and helping them place flags. So I felt it was warranted to do the increase. It's a one-time payment of $500, so I figured he's earned it.
Okay. I appreciate that. My question was related to your letter.
Yes.
That had the context. I know you mentioned trying to reach out to younger veterans and then the engagement around mental health, which I
Correct.
know has been happening as a discussion point, which it should across various departments. Are you looking to engage any of the other city departments and the services through mental health to kind of assist with veterans? I know there was interest from the mayor in having a position to deal with
Yes.
this and the support that might be through United Way, and was just wondering if you're aware of that, obviously now from tonight, but how you plan to engage, or if this was something separate.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. I do work very closely with Nielsa and Barbara when it comes to the food insecurity of my veterans. This past year, actually, Barbara gave one of my veterans' kids an entire Christmas. So this child actually did very well because through my contacts within the veterans organizations, I had the American Legion Riders do shopping, $250 with this individual, and then Barbara basically, whatever she had left over within the age group of the child, gave me 2 full bags of clothing and everything this child would need. We have had a lot of unique instances with homeless veterans. I've had the State SAVE team out here, which is the statewide veterans advocacy, that we've had. It's been rather unique. There are some individuals that don't fall within the purview of the Department of Veterans Affairs, whether it be the characteristic of their discharge. There's a lot of numerous factors with that. So this year we've had about 4 homeless veterans in the city that have been brought to my attention. Some of them with mental health issues, some of them needing detox. And what's happening is the communication with us in Marlborough Hospital hasn't been that stellar. I'll leave it at that, because you can't do a transfer from an ER to an ER. It's actually considered abandonment, according to Marlborough Hospital. Even though the VA is specifically designed for dealing with veteran issues, they won't do it. So I've had to loop in the JDP workers, Nielsa. I mean, one case, I think I was here every day till about 9 o'clock at night with the State SAVE team for about a month, dealing with this individual and then other issues. So the mayor was aware of that, which is why I think one of the reasons for him asking for this long-term social worker. As far as the mental health issues, the state approached me about a month ago, stating that there are a lot of issues going on. Last year, I did a pretty successful Veterans Fair. I wasn't planning on doing another one. I was thinking maybe every other year, because there are multiple statewide. They asked me to put a mental health fair on again. So in working with the mayor's office and the state SAVE team, we're going to be doing just a very, very small mental health fair. I would like to do it on a Saturday, just due to the fact that people work and they can't always drop everything and come to a fair. But on a Saturday, if I get some, coffee and, have a very small group, I'm thinking maybe just using the senior center, just to kind of have them come in there. I'll have the VA, I'll have the state SAVE team, and a couple other small groups just for mental health. There's one of them that does video gaming systems for veterans to help them deal with their PTSD. So they were gonna come along, just reaching out to the younger population. Well, I'm in a senior center, so there is a stigma with that. I always tell them there's a back door. Just give me a call. I'll open the door. You can come in. You don't even have to go into the senior center side. You can come right into Veteran Services. I am seeing a lot more. I have done a lot more younger veterans with the new PACT Act that has come out with the presumptive illnesses. I have done quite a few lately, but I think there's just a stigma with coming to a senior center as a 30 or 40-year-old veteran.
Yeah, well, actually, that was a question I had. Is there any thought about moving your location?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, the building was built with my understanding is the building was built with the intent to house Veteran Services. I have everything I need there. I think putting me at City Hall, not a whole heck of a lot of space here. The Walker Building, we were at the Walker Building for God knows how long.
Right.
And I don't think it's adequate. I think the senior center has everything I need right there.
Okay. No, I'm glad to hear that. I was just thinking if there was maybe a day or two a week, maybe you're in the new library and you're, kind of bringing the services on site, maybe that would engage younger veterans to come, right? The library is going to be really inviting, and, I can recognize that some people might not have, I don't think I had even for many years ever been inside the senior center.
Right. I'm always, I'm mobile. That's one of the things I learned with COVID. My office can adapt pretty well. The city gives me a very nice laptop. I have everything I need. I have my phone. So if there is such a huge issue, I can go to the veterans home and do it. There's no safety issues. These are my people. I'm not worried about anything. So if it is that big of an issue, I am available to go to their homes.
Okay, well, definitely really appreciate everything that you're doing in this city. I've seen it all with all the different events, and you have much respect from the veterans community, so thank you. You've done a great job.
No problem.
Councilor Navin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Hennessy, thanks a lot for your letter and your presentation so far. You highlighted that last year you guys really just had a banner year for the Chapter 115 benefits that you were able to recoup on behalf of the local veterans.
That wasn't Chapter 1. That's VA benefits.
That's VA benefits. Okay.
So yeah, the Chapter 115 of VA are Chapter 115 is state.
Yep.
The VA, that statistic I get from the State Department of Veteran Services.
Got it.
For what we recovered, and that's money that I got for the veterans that I hope goes right back into the city.
Right. Okay. And so the 150 in your budget.
That is for the state Chapter 115.
Yep.
It's under the understanding that if I need more, I can always come back, because that is a state benefit that is reimbursed at 75%. Right now, it hasn't changed in a year.
Right.
But tomorrow, 3 veterans could walk in, meet the criteria, and we'd have to pay them.
Yeah. And so you're on track throughout this year. Okay. And then just the other one I wanted to ask about, and you highlight it in your letter, and just for people who are actually watching this, you do an incredible amount of programming, and you mentioned a little bit of it in the letter, but where is that in these line items? Is that in the Veteran Services?
That is in the Veteran Services line items. It is under, hold on one second. That is it's under my office supplies.
Yep.
My first year, when I met with Auditor Smith and the mayor, she just figured it was easier, just for accounting purposes, to put it all in one line item.
Okay. And do you want to just highlight a couple of those things?
Yeah, we've done, the Worcester Red Sox, the Worcester Railers. The Worcester Railers have been great with us. That we've gone to 2 of those games. Unfortunately, they didn't make the playoffs. The Worcester Red Sox have been awesome. I have a great relationship with them. We actually had one of our veterans highlighted. The second home opener, veteran Russ Flagg was the veteran of the game. So he got to go out onto the field, smile, wave. He got a pretty good standing ovation. Unfortunately, I couldn't divide myself into 2. So Matt Sargent went to that, and he said it was great. Russ had a great time, and my understanding is Russ is the Grand Marshal for the Memorial Day Parade. Mr. Flagg also, through my connections, I was able to get him honored by the New England Patriots. He went to Gillette Stadium and partook in a luncheon award ceremony. They presented him the Vietnam Veteran Pen, and he was thanked by the Kraft family. So that was that. We had axe throwing planned. Unfortunately, some of the Vietnam veterans didn't feel they could do it, so we're just going to be doing another bowling night because the axe throwing is tough on the shoulders. But if any younger veterans are watching, please call me. I will organize it. So there's a lot of that stuff. We have the fishing derby coming up from the Marlborough Fishing Game Club that I will be at.
You want to plug the yoga?
Yes, the Veterans Yoga. That is done by the Warrior Within Project. They reached out to me. So it's the night of our Veteran Council meeting, and they just do yoga, adaptive yoga. I went to a couple sessions. It's very fun, very informative, stretching, and it's not only dealing with your physical issues, it's teaching you to deal with your mental health issues as well.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
My apologies for not bringing this up when I was speaking before, but I know at different times we've received the contract between Marlborough and Sudbury related to your services.
Yes.
Is there any update on that, or?
We have a new admin assistant in the office. She is great. She comes from the public housing sector. So she is, she's going to be with the state tomorrow. They're going to come in and do some training for the state system. And then our authorizer is going to come in, and she's going to sit with her. And our authorizer basically authorizes all the reimbursement payments. So she's going to explain to her the way she wants things done.
Okay, so that split has continued to work?
Yes, yeah, no issues.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I believe that's all the questions. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you. Two other small things. Any questions for the Recreation Department? Fine. Any questions for the city solicitor? Okay, then I will bring up the library director, which I'm very excited to hear all that. Good evening, Director.
Hello. Thank you for having me. So I can dive right in?
Absolutely.
That's great. So the biggest highlight of my budget this year is the 2 new positions. Both of them are non-union positions. One of them is the head of adult services / technology, and the other one is the programming and outreach librarian. Both of these librarians are due to all the newness that's going to come with the new library. So head of adult services and technology is going to be overseeing all the new technology that we have in the library and help train patrons and staff on how to use it. Every single meeting room and study room in the building is going to be outfitted with a Microsoft Teams setup, so that's going to be a lot of kind of learning that's going to have to go into that. So that's going to be their role, along with providing one-on-one technology help for the community. So for those that don't know where to go to learn how to use their new iPhone they got from their kids, we will be the resource for that. They will also be the liaison to the IT department to help us make sure that we stay up to date with everything and dive into all the emerging technologies that are in libraries. The programming and outreach librarian, this person's going to be in charge of all the programming that's dedicated to adults. I also intend for them to help restart our English language learning program and the English conversation circles that had been at the library before the pandemic. I know that's a need in the community, and it's a great program, and the library is kind of a perfect location for adult learning in that sense. These would be focused on adults. I also want them to be the face of the community at outreach events. I want to start going to more events in the city and have the library have a presence out there so that we can spread all the services that we offer, but also be able to talk with people, find out what they want the library to offer. So they're going to be that kind of liaison to a lot of other community organizations, and also plan all the other fun events that we're going to have at the library.
Thank you very much. I'll open up the council. Councilor Pullman.
Thank you and welcome. It's great to see you again, and we're all so excited for the library. I feel like every time I drive by it, I'm like, it's a little bit closer, you know, and when we were able to do that tour and go inside and see the construction and how much has been done, it's just really amazing. So kudos to everyone involved from the department side and your team. I had a couple questions regarding, one, I was excited to see this library of things. I feel like that was something that Margaret had wanted to see happen. Wondered if you could talk about that a little bit. And then I had some other questions kind of around some of the IT materials, but.
Yeah, so the Library Things is a collection within the library of non-traditional library materials. So when you think of libraries, you think of books, potentially music CDs, audiobooks, and DVDs. The Library Things are kind of objects that you wouldn't normally see. So toolkits, lawn games, sewing machines, those sorts of things that maybe people either can't afford to buy on their own, or before they go out and buy it, they want to try and use it. I don't know how many times you've ever used like a laser level at home, maybe one time, so why actually have to buy it when you can borrow it from the library? So it's also kind of treated like a conservation effort within the community to try to lower waste and provide those that don't have the income to use those items. So yeah, it's a collection I built at my previous library, and it's something that is pretty well known at this point within the library field. So we're gonna be kind of catching up with our neighbors, but it's an exciting collection to be able to start offering for folks.
That's great. And my other question was around, I know there was mention of the public computer access and the Wi-Fi. I know during the pandemic, a lot of people, you know, who might not have had their own Wi-Fi would be around the library area to get access to the Wi-Fi. Are we increasing the number of public computers, and what is that looking like in the new library given the capacity and demand?
Yeah, so there's gonna be 30 PCs in the new library, along with 10 laptops that people will be able to borrow. And my intention for the laptop borrowing is that they'll be in library use, but they'll be able to borrow it for the full day. So right now, our public PCs are gonna be set at about a 2-hour limit, but if someone needs longer, they're gonna be able to borrow a laptop and go off into any of the little corners of the library to be able to access the internet or whatever they need to do. We're also working with Mark to be able to strengthen our Wi-Fi in the new building, so hopefully it'll be able to extend beyond the walls of the library, so people that, you know, when the library closes, we just had this instance last week with a patron. We closed at 5 and he needed access to Wi-Fi still, and so we had to find a place that he could still access either our Wi-Fi or somewhere else in town. So those without internet access, they need it more often than what the library can do with our opening hours. So hopefully they'll be able to come and just, if they sit in the parking lot or in the courtyard, they'll be able to still access our Wi-Fi.
Well, it's really great to hear. It was something that, you know, I was really concerned about, of people having the access, and, you know, they can't always be in a public building given the hours. And then the other question, kind of at the end of your, I guess, narrative overview, you mentioned a strategic plan for the library, which I thought was really exciting. I don't know if this is with consultation from the Board of Library Trustees and then working with the public, as you've mentioned here in the description. Is this something that you're hoping to start in FY24 and then build out over a couple of years, or to implement in '24?
So it's required by the Mass Board of Library Commissioners to be able to receive state aid, is that we have to have a strategic plan in place and on file with them. And to apply for any grants, we have to have a strategic plan on file. So they're usually about 5 years, between 3 and 5 years. You can choose how long you want it to go. So the idea is I'll be working with the Board of Trustees to develop kind of a plan in place, and you do a bunch of surveys with staff, with the community, and then build your strategic plan based on that feedback you receive, and also on the need of, you know, observations and everything like that. And then from the strategic plan, you build out 1-year action plans. So we'll have our 5-year our strategic plan in place, and after that, every year I have to submit an action plan as well to show how we're gonna accomplish the certain items on our action plan.
Okay, and just to mention this, because of the budget specifically, this strategic plan would have both programming goals and financial goals that you would want to be reaching in terms of what new updates would need to be made or what grants you're applying for. So is that something that we would receive on an annual basis with the budget, or something that we could receive earlier?
You could probably receive it earlier. It goes on the state fiscal year, so I have to submit it by December, the action plan. So as soon as it's submitted to the state and the trustees had approved it, I'd be happy to submit it to the council.
I appreciate that. I feel like everyone would love to be aware of what's going on and how we can best support the library and, you know, this new chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And Councilor Ruby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to your first budget hearing. I guess you have a lot of library positions, and I know some of them are employees that have been here a while, but why are there different salaries for different librarians? I mean, don't you have the same degree?
So that's a great question. It is something I've been looking at. All the full-time, the like young adult librarian, the head of circulation catalogers, those are all professional positions. I don't know the history of how we got to where we are with the salary kind of differentials between those. There are different, you know, like the head of circulation does supervise more people than the young adult librarian, so I can see there being a little bit of difference in the salary there, but yes, everybody is equally as important. They're all on my supervisory team, so they all respond to emergencies I have the same expectations of them all. I would like to see that be kind of like more equity between those positions at a future time, but they are all union positions, and it would require a pretty big reorg to be able to accomplish something like that.
Okay, and then the other one is on the library pages. So the mayor indicated that he's raising that to $15 an hour.
Yes.
Would take but the salary chart that I got says that they're being paid $14.0478.
I think there's 2 pages, so these are the non-union pages. There is also a position within the union that's called library pages, and that's not a position I use. So these are non-union positions that their pay starts at, I think, $10.51 was what.
So is that the pages that's in 51262?
That's right,
That has so that's the non-union pages? Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Councilor Owen.
If you could just explain the reference librarian part-time, it
Sure.
says, is that a part-time salary, the 81,000?
So those are, there are 3 people within that position, and this will hopefully be coming down at some point, but I did put in for a salary ordinance change for that as well to make them more competitive. It's a tough role to fill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Owen. Any further questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So it's up to the Finance Committee. What do you want to continue? It is after 10 PM. It's my opinion, too.
My opinion, I would take up the last 3 and then save the financial stuff and deliberations for tomorrow unless everybody feels like going the rest of the night. That's your call.
Is that what, Councilor Pro?
Yeah, I was just going to echo President Ossing's comment. I do think it's important to still meet tomorrow. We did request some things of department heads, and I'd like to have that information before voting on anything. But I'm happy to stay a little longer, and we really appreciate everyone staying for so long. I didn't have dinner. Hopefully other people did, so.
Thank you. So we can move on to, let's see. Human Resources Director. We'll get through that, and then, oh yeah, that is Human Resources, page 29. Good evening, Director. Good evening.
Hello. So just to let you know where my increases were, so in the human resources, we end up providing promotional assessments for police and fire. And so that is why my contractual services goes up. And at the same time, when we do those assessments for the higher levels, it has a domino effect where usually the less senior person gets a new job at a higher rate. And therefore, we have to run another assessment until you bring on new people, which also therefore generates a slightly higher medical exams cost.
Thank you. Councilor Berman.
Thank you, and this is your first budget with us?
Oh, yes, exciting times.
Yes. I know we've met before. I know you didn't introduce yourself, though. I didn't know if you wanted to just.
Hi, I'm John Harmon, Human Resource Director.
Thank you for coming. One thing that really jumped out from your letter, which is both sort of positive and negative, but I'm just curious your thoughts, it said 65 new hires in temporary, part-time, and full-time positions, which is great when we're thinking about vacancies. Is this positions that are being filled, or are we having also a retention issue, lots of retirements? If you could maybe give a little bit more context to that number, because it is a lot of hires in just a short amount of time.
Yeah, as a government entity, you go through cycles in hiring. In the past, because of our pension system, you'd be able to hire somebody and they would stick around for 32 years. So we're seeing people who've been in service for a long time retire. At the same time, the determination of individuals, employees, on how they weight where they're going to work and for the rest of their career lifespans and work careers are a lot less than the 32 years. People are usually sticking around a lot of jobs for 5 to 10 years in the government realm. Private sector, there's even a higher turnover currently. So we're in line with most of the other municipalities in regards to turnover.
Okay, that's helpful to know, because there was a time period where we did a lot of transfers for, I want to say, sick leave buyback for a lot of employees that maybe had just started and were leaving within a short amount of time, which, you know, we obviously invest a lot of time and resources in training new people, so definitely want to make sure that they are retained, and appreciate all of the work that your office has done to keep positions posted and quickly filled. I think you've done a really great job, and definitely value that. Another question that I had was regarding something I brought up to the mayor earlier, but definitely he mentioned that you would have maybe some context to refer to around the comprehensive salary review. I know hard to find like communities oftentimes. By the time we do the salary review, it could be outdated. But I did see that you mentioned an FY24 goal about updating job descriptions, but I see that having to go hand in hand with a salary review, and wanted to give you an opportunity to share more about what your office will be working on and if the salary review is part of it.
So as we've been posting new positions and replacing people, some of the job descriptions that we have seen have been dated. So we have to bring those up to fairly reflect the jobs that people will be taking on, the duties and tasks. So that's really where the job descriptions being updated gets involved in regards to making sure that we're competitively paying people. We also do an assessment at that time, trying to find our like communities, so we have a better grasp on what the market is paying. And then I will come down here with any ordinance change that, if I have a request for salary change. I believe a few years back, this body permitted the mayor the authority to move up the steps. That works as a good buffer currently, but I don't know if our rates will always be competitive as the market has changed with inflation over the past year.
Okay, well, definitely keep us in mind about that, because it is difficult when there's one position, there's someone in it. We need to have a salary change because we want to retain the person, where it could be better for your office to bring down multiple positions at a time, or a department, so that we're really seeing the differentiation between the positions and the salaries, because I feel badly if employees are, you know, looking elsewhere when they really want to stay, but we're not paying them well. And particularly, I know it's come up, the low number of vacation weeks. I found, is it 2?
Say that again?
The vacation weeks that we provide?
Correct.
Is it
Is
2 weeks?
Is generally 2, yes.
Okay,
There
that's
is,
something I would definitely look at, having worked in nonprofit. I believe I received 3 when I started, and that doesn't seem necessarily sufficient. Obviously, in municipal government, people want to work all the time, and we want them here, but, you know, definitely having competitive vacation is another thing.
Correct.
Okay.
People value their time. The work-life balance has become more important.
Yes, we don't want them to spend their whole summer here at City Hall, even though we love seeing them. On the budget line items on page, I guess, 30 of our packet, I know there was the increase in contract services, and the medical exams you mentioned in terms of the fire and police. Are the contract services to support the work that you're doing?
The contract services are the police and fire assessments.
Okay, so still under that line item?
Still under that. It's just one part of it's medical assessment, the other part is competencies.
Okay, and that will increase regularly depending on the police and fire hires?
This year, we anticipate police and fire both being in a similar situation where some of their senior members of higher ranking will be retiring, and that will domino effect for the rest of the positions. It may happen again, but it's all about people's individual circumstances at the time as they approach retirement.
Mm-hmm. And I know that's not unique to just Marlborough. There's retirements happening all over municipal government, which is a MMA issue working with municipalities for sure. My last question, which I know is before your time, but I'm hoping is still in progress. We had received, this report, I believe, called the Collins Report around succession planning and different work related to maintaining our municipal employee base and retention. Is there any update about whether those findings have been implemented? I know we've been following it for some degree. I didn't know if your office had then taken it to the next level around succession planning more broadly. I know that's something I believe Director Purple had brought forward to us before.
In regards to interaction with the Collins Center, I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay, yeah, if there's an update on that to provide to the council, I think it'd be useful, because we did spend a lot of time with the mayor on that. I know there's some updates that have come forward, but I didn't know what the latest was. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Rossi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, I had asked the mayor over the weekend for the list of positions that are being deleted from the budget. So I don't know if you know that off the top of your head, but tomorrow you could provide the council or through the mayor's office how many positions in the budget are not being funded for fiscal year '24.
May I ask for a point of clarification? When you're saying deleted, you're just actually asking me for ones that are not being funded, not actually being deleted?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President. Councilor Timmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have conference and training budgeted for 40,000. We haven't used it much, I'm assuming. Obviously, you're new to the role. So what type of conference and training do you foresee in your?
So our building department requires licensing, and they have a lot of trainings that they attend. Our health department has the same situation with licensing. Assessors department also. So at one point, I am under the belief that they took the training budgets away from the individual department heads and consolidated in HR. That way we could make sure that the purchasing and procurement rules were being followed.
So I think you only use 26%, so I'm assuming there hasn't been that many
I
training
think there's
programs
still, so when people allocate it, we allocate the funds when people request them.
Right.
And so we don't spend them out of season. So there will be June, a lot of people have their
So you
meetings, so, and training, so.
So our audit report will reflect that in the next few months?
Yes, I believe it will be closer to
the 40.
Exhausted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Timmons. Any further question, Councilor?
Question, I think most of my other questions were answered.
Yep.
And thank you for bringing up the succession plan, because I'm very concerned about that and interested in that as well. How many of the employees of the 65 new hires were full-time?
I do not have that off my.
Be curious if you could have that for tomorrow, just how many temporary, how many full-time, and part-time. Thank you.
Councilor Timmons.
Just point of information, we have an O&O committee that you can ask any of this and put it on the agenda, and we can actually have a subcommittee meeting about this, or any department.
Absolutely.
Just, it'll eliminate a lot of time tonight if we actually discuss it. That's not budget related.
Good point, Councilor Timmons.
In operations and oversight.
Any further questions for Director? Seeing none? Fine. We'll move on to,
Thank you.
any questions for the Assessors Department? We'll bring up page 21. Principal Assessor. 21. Good evening, Principal.
Mr. Chair, councilors, Council President. You would like me to start with I know there's an additional question possibly, but I'll start with the budget.
Okay, absolutely.
Primarily this year, the main changes have been, we're able to promote a senior clerk to a head clerk. We're able to hire or rehire a senior clerk to fill that position that became vacant. and also add on a senior assessor's position. So now I'm glad to say we are fully funded, fully staffed, rather. Must be the hour in the night. I think we're all getting tired. The major budget line items, the major changes this year are to fund contractual services for the upcoming, as you all may know, fiscal '24 is the state mandated certification revaluation year. So in order to achieve all the requirements and the directives of the state, these services are needed. There's no getting around it. City auditor and myself have already looked at the two main line items, which are professional and technical services, and the other is personal property services. But we've already been able to, I believe, eliminate or cut $44,000 or $45,000 out of the professional and technical services line to kind of streamline it, utilize some funds currently to go towards that line item so that the contractors could get started in actually fiscal '23. So we can use some of the funds now, eliminate some of the funds needed for fiscal '24. And then on a minimal sense is just office supplies is the other line item that went up slightly. And that's to cover any new added, I think, water accounts or as an assessing department, last year wasn't even able to, with the minimal balance or budget we had for office supplies and expenses, I was hoping to fund or get some needed supplies. You know, laser measuring devices.
I just wanted to step in when the assessing department reports to me. The other reason why that line went up is because, and it is the hour, what line is it? Supplies.
Office supplies?
Is because we outsourced our assessing department to RRG for almost a decade. And now that Marlborough is representing itself in assessing, we need some uniforms so that when they're on site and they're going to residents and commercial properties, they're in Marlborough uniform and they're identified as belonging on the site. So they're also using that extra supply line to get uniforms so that people know they belong there.
Which I think is, a minimal amount. It's actually going from $2,000 to $3,000.
They'll need polo shirts for the summer and so forth, and they'll need jackets for the winter. Councilor Dumas.
Just really quickly, thank you, Mr. Chair. The certification process is done every 5 years by the state.
That's right. So for fiscal 2024, it'll be expenses for this year alone until another 5 years, which will happen again for the city in
29. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Palmer?
Thank you. Just a clarification for a line that was said in the narrative. It said further updates were made to office policy, forms, and practices, resulting in higher efficiency throughout the department. Is that reflected in the budget, or was it just streamlining existing procedures?
It's basically streamlining the processes and the way the office is run, and just even down to the fact of digitizing everything, scanning all the documents instead of having files and folders and paper, everywhere. We're just trying to scan everything as much as possible so that we don't need a lot of paper.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councilor Rowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in another lifetime, I worked for a company that got hired to do assessments of cities and towns. Is Marlborough contracting this out, or are you doing it in-house? Because it's a big job, even with
For the
fully funded.
revaluation?
For the yes. Is that why the increase?
Yeah,
Because
the two main items to cover are The outside firm is RRC, which handles all the personal property revaluation. And for this year, that'll entail all approximately 1,600 accounts to be inspected, reviewed, any new accounts captured. So they're actually doing a full review of all the accounts. And as you recall, you may know that most of the growth during the year comes from personal property and the utilities. So it's very important that they do a proper job and a full and, thorough job. Go ahead.
So there will be notification to the public that somebody's going to be coming, knocking on their door?
Yep, the past, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, I had posted some information on the assessor's webpage on the city's, website, indicating that this process is starting. Actually, they'll be here tomorrow morning, to start the process. So notification is out there. If you're asking, did we put out a mailer or anything, we have not. Their staff, RRC staff, will be, they'll have, obviously full identification in letters with them to indicate what the process is, why they're there, and why it's needed. Same thing on the other line item is professional technical services. That's Vision Government Solutions they were awarded the contract. And they'll also be doing, because there are certain directives that need to be met, they'll be doing a full field inspection, which encompasses them inspecting all commercial and industrial properties and 25% of the residential properties.
And I guess I'm glad that the mailing isn't going out, because it is an expense that we would have to cover. But, and unfortunately, we don't have a lot of press, but we do have some. We do have the local cable station, and there is the community advocate. So maybe asking them to promote this so that people are aware. I mean, it's kind of like the census, where people didn't open their doors.
Which is a good idea, sure.
Anything to help to let the people know that you are coming around and it is a legitimate request to be let into their house or business.
Right. I think especially on the real estate side, it's more important. The businesses kind of understand, the process and what's going on, and when someone, shows up at their doorstep, they can explain the process and they know pretty much what's going on. But, yeah, we can certainly look into that.
Thank you.
President Rossi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, I had sent you a couple questions, and I'll repeat them for the benefit of the council. The fiscal year '23 projected tax implications presented to the City Council last May indicated a 10% increase in value for the typical house. When the taxes were set in December, the average house value increased 17.6%. We're again using the 10% increase in house values for the '24 projected tax rate. What are your insights as to what the actual assessment increase is going to be?
Just give me a moment. I would just like to mention, first of all, the 10% projection that was used last year happens to be 10% roughly this year as well. It's just a coincidence. It wasn't as though that I'm using 10% again this year because I used it last year. It was actually based on, some information and calculations. And as you know, it's a guesstimate at best. It's based on very little information that we have, at this time. Because we're just actually starting the process, and the projections are based on work that hasn't been completed yet. We don't have a true sense of the total values. When setting, as you may know, when setting a tax rate, there are so many variables, and it includes a figure for the total residential valuation, in a total valuation or dollar amount for commercial, industrial, and personal property. Without knowing all those figures, I won't say it's almost impossible, but it's very difficult to know where the tax rates will end up. We don't know where the shift will be. Will it remain at the 1.4 shift or go to 1.45 as last year? So in anticipation of this, further questions that you may have, I took a look at it again today. Most of the afternoon was spent looking at these figures and maybe approaching it in a different way. So I tried to calculate and project. Again, we already projected where, we thought the single-family homes were going, but I also looked at condominium dwellings, 2 families, 3 families, commercial, industrial, mixed-use properties, and try to calculate or determine what percentage those areas might go up, which again is based not on a lot of information. Because when we start our analysis work, not to get into the weeds or get too deep with this, but
Well, no, so I'm gonna stop you, John. So it's late. My point is, 10%, like it or not, is what you're projecting right now today. Correct,
that's what I submitted,
Right.
certainly a
So
couple of weeks
the
ago.
point I'm trying to make to the counselors is, it wasn't so good last year. Not your fault, it's just, it is. We all know what home prices are selling for. Last I checked, they weren't going down. All right, so I'm anticipating going up. So this will lead me to my next question. If the budget is reduced by $1 million, what is your projected, based on what you've given us now, the average tax rate for that single house and the taxes paid by that single house? Don't need a long explanation, it should be 2 numbers. Tax rate and taxes paid. If I reduce a thing by a million, so I don't want to, nothing personal, don't want a story, it's late. I want 2 numbers. And if you don't have them now, I'm happy to take them tomorrow and you can show me how you got them.
So the 2 numbers you're looking for are the 2 tax rates, residential.
You have it in the background document that is provided as part of the basis for what the mayor submitted. I'll pull out the page if you want it in the supplemental information and show it to you. Again, you guys, I don't want it to be difficult, this should be real easy. We're making decisions on what tax rates are gonna be. It's right here in the budget book, all right? All I'm looking for is, we reduce it by $1 million, what is the tax rate, and what are the taxes? They're gonna be less than,
Can I just say, excuse me for a minute, that if it were that easy and that simple, there wouldn't be a question at all. But to answer your question, what I projected, and I believe you have it, the city auditor has it, the projected tax rate for the typical house value is approximately $10.96. On the commercial side, it's $18.90. That was in reviewing, just quickly, reviewing historical data for the past few years, looking at a short array of possible qualified sales to...
John, I'm gonna interrupt because I have the floor. I'm asking if I reduce it by $1 million, this isn't hard. You're making it hard. Reduce it by $1 million instead of 109 million, make it 108, and tell me it goes from 262 to 2 something. It's not a hard calculation. You guys make it hard. It's not hard. It's hard to make, so it gets frustrated for people like me that understand how it works, so you won't give me just the simple answer that I'm looking for. The world's not gonna come to an end when you tell me it's gonna be $230. I don't care. It's something less than 262. I'm trying to convey to the council, when they adjust the budget, it's working in the favor of the taxpayer. And I'll tell you right now, whatever number you're gonna give me, because I have it for all the last 10 years, they're always wrong, all right? But I will tell the councilors, We've never had taxes in the last 10 years for the average house that are over $200. This one is. This is the largest dollar value increase, 8.2 million, of any budget in my 24 years on the city council. So if you're okay with that, that's good, but we'll get into that tomorrow. But if you see hearing that I can't get an answer, if I just cut $1 million out of the budget, what that tax implication, they came up with the one for the one that's in the budget right now, shouldn't be hard. So John, if you don't have it, kindly say you don't have it, and I'm okay. I'll ask you to see if you can get it for me tomorrow. I don't want a story about how hard it is. It's not hard. I'm not asking for how bases were made. You came up with that number, you should be able to come up with another number.
When you say that number, what number are you referring to?
$262 for the average house. You said it increases 10%. It's right, it's in the documentation. Maybe someone provided it to me. You're looking at it. Same thing. Okay. Reduce the levy by $1 million. What is that new number?
Taking a quick look at it earlier, it's on the residential side, it's changed the residential tax rate by 5 cents, I believe. On the commercial side, it may have changed it 8 or 9 cents, which is very minimal. So shifting, doing a scenario where you shift the tax levy by less, by $1 million.
So with all due respect, if you're telling me it's 5 cents, I mean, I've heard 17 cents was what I was always told in the past, but if you're telling me 5 cents, that's all I need. I'll calculate it myself. Thank you very much. I'm all set, Mr. Chair.
Council Landers, did you have a
Well, it's
question?
going back to our conversation 10 minutes ago. How much would a mailing cost? What would we talk, 1,600 pieces of mail that have to go out notifying the people? Because communications are so bad in Marlborough, as Councilor Roby mentioned, the lack of, we have one newspaper that's doing pretty good, but you're gonna have an awful lot of calls.
Sometimes it can vary between maybe $600 or $800. The start of the year, immediately, January 2nd, we have 3 mailings that we have to send out. One is the charitable organizations and 3 ABC forms. There's a form of list for personal property businesses, and then the annual questionnaire for income and expenses, which is the state form 38D. And again, that's just, especially with the income and expenses, just a way to do our due diligence and gather the information we need to do our analysis work. But it does vary depending on how many properties or accounts or obviously people that it's going to. On the personal property side, it's roughly 1,600 pieces that would go out. And it certainly would be, well, 25% of the residential, which is a little over 7,000 parcels, I believe. And then possibly all the commercial industrial properties, which is between 6 and 7.
I don't think it's a lot of money, and then you're notifying people in the proper manner, companies and people in the proper manner. I mean, we've done a lot of mailings over the years. It's too bad it couldn't catch a water bill or a tax bill or something, but, you know, that's all. That's all.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Council Landers. Oh, Council Roby?
I know it's late, but just for my own clarification, on the page that Councilor Ossing had referred to with the projected tax implications. So if the typical house value for FY '24 actually grows more than the 558,000 that you've projected, well, first of all, is that included in the 2 million that the mayor's talking about additional tax revenue? Or is that separate from the 2 million in new growth?
That was separate from the $2 million of growth.
So if that typical house value and even the typical commercial value, which I don't think is going up quite as much, but if those increase, does that fact then change that 10% that Councilor Ossing is talking about, the 10%? I mean, obviously, the difference will go up. So that 10%
Will remain the same, approximately.
why, if the new growth is higher, are you taking the new growth from FY '23's growth? And that's the difference in the percentage increase? And if the new growth goes up to 750,000, there's a difference between the original FY '23 growth. 10% can't be a constant.
It is not.
Okay.
Nope, that's almost a variable, because it's, the single families, without, again, having all the information throughout the year in front of you. Again, it depends on how much development, how much new construction for single-family properties. There's so many variables that, again, the projection of 10%, it could be 11%, it could be 12%, we don't know that yet. But that typical house value will roughly be the same. Depending on the new growth in the tax levy, where that ends up or lands up on, that will determine or have a big play in where the tax rates and where the shift ends up. Again, without knowing the shift, you really don't know what options on the tax rates will be there. Again, I tried to look at that earlier and projected, and it went into the options table on Gateway to work up a scenario, just to have a rough idea. And by doing it that way, in that method, it came up very close to my original projections. You know, as Council Ossing indicated, it certainly can change, and it will change. By the end of the year, it will probably be much different than what we're looking at, you know, tonight.
Mr. Chair? I'm sorry.
Oh, President Ossing.
So the 5-cent change that the assessor talked about makes the taxes go from 262 to 234 for the average house,
For the average house.
which is pretty close to the information that you were provided with earlier this evening.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Doucette?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just still on this chart, it looks like the commercial value, is decreasing at a significantly higher rate than the house value. Does that mean that the commercial real estate would be paying less of an overall tax burden than residential?
It's possible, but again, it depends a lot on the shift. 2 years ago, the commercial increase was nominal. It was almost flat or level. I think industrial was a negative amount, negative, 3% or something like that. For 22, I believe. For 23, everything increased substantially, including single-family dwellings. I think industrial was up over 6% plus. So you just never know from year to year. What we try to look at and project is the ongoing development and projects that are coming on board to see where they may be at the end of June, just before July 1st starts. That's when we're able to capture any new growth, any changes in any of the developments or properties. If they started out at just a foundation and maybe a frame, they might be up to 60% now, and we can capture that difference. So it does really depend on where to get back to your question, the shift will determine where the residential rate lands and the commercial rate lands. So what was projected for the residential on the residential side was $10.96. Calculating it differently earlier, it came out at $10.92. That's where I get the rough 4 cents or so. I projected originally $18.90 for commercial, and earlier the calculation came out at $17.98 as opposed to $18.90. So it's a little bit more of an increase. But that was at a shift. I used a shift of 1.4. As we all know, last year we used 1.45. So that certainly would change the dynamics of all of that. And I have that information here, but again, it's just projections.
Just to follow on, when you say the difference between 1.4 and 1.45, is that the ratio between the residential versus commercial?
That's right, it's shifting.
So then
the
if the
burden.
difference, right, so then going from 1.4 to 1.5, 1.45, or going from 1.45 down to 1.4 puts less burden on the commercial value, right?
Just to give you an example, that's right, it would be less of a burden on the residential, but at 1.4 approximately, it's $17.98 if all of this comes true that I projected. That's at a 1.4. If you move it to 1.45, the $17.98 changes to $18.63. Because again, the shift of more of the burden is on the commercial side.
Yes, and less on residential.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Thank you, thanks, what you said. Any further questions for the principal assessor? Seeing none, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
We'd like to take up one more with the city collector.
And I'm going to ask Nicole to come up because she's in the
Thank you.
treasury, and I know we're going to get a payroll question. All right, and I know we're going to get a payroll question.
I'm sorry, Director, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
You're gonna do Board of Health, John's here, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
You good? Yep. Once you sit here, Nicole can.
All right, so the city collector, page 23.
Good evening, everybody, again, and in anticipating one of your questions with the collector's office, I just wanted to speak for a moment on one of the line items for an increase of $116,000, because there was not a narrative put in, and the reason why is because it was a continuation from a mid-year transfer. So back in February, we asked for a mid-year transfer, and I just wanted to remind the council that we have currently acquired a troubled property and that the city's ownership and control of the property is being challenged. This has been an ongoing event for over 15 years, and one case alone has had multiple appeals and so forth. So I also wanted to let you know that these monies, because it's in tax title, are recouped. Not every tax title case is usually fronted, but in this particular case, because we're in multiple court systems, we do have to expense for lawyer fees and so forth. So the 116 is actually, the number was higher, and when we went through budget review, what we did was we only took it till next December or January, where we've taken outside services, which we're relying on, and we have determined that we hope that a lot is going to get accomplished, and we would revisit it next December. So I just wanted to clarify the $116,000. The reason why I'm speaking on behalf of this is because the collector's area and the treasurer's area actually split tax title. So when someone gets delinquent on their taxes, the collector's office pursues trying to make them whole. When they get to a certain level of collection and they go beyond a demand, that tax title gets transferred from the collector's office into my seat, which is the treasurer, but the expense still stays on the collector's budget. So that's why I took a minute. The expense doesn't transfer to the treasury budget. So that's why I spoke this evening for a couple of minutes on that issue for the collector.
Council Perlman?
Just a quick question on the narrative. I know you mentioned the priority to increase and maintain efforts in collection. Is that an issue for the city? Are we not collecting properly, or is it just kind of to increase it in the speed?
There was a bit of a moratorium on tax title during COVID. A lot of communities were reluctant to, take people that were already in tough situations and making it worse. So when I came on last September, or 2 Septembers ago, there was a backlog of that, so we've made that current over the course of the last fiscal year. So we're just looking to maintain and move that forward and you know, and also with personal property and working with the solicitor's office to, that particular tax type is a little tough to collect, you know, in every community, really.
Okay, so just to clarify, we have secured whatever that deficit was and moved past it. We just want to maintain.
Correct.
The prompt collection.
We've secured the right to collect, so we're in the process of trying to now, you know, we've moved it from delinquent taxes into tax title, which are two different categories.
Okay.
So it's, but yes, now we are now current on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
Collector.
Yes. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you. And treasurer? No treasurer. I just took the opportunity, I asked Nicole to come up because she wasn't somebody that came before council, so I wanted everybody to have an opportunity to meet Nicole Dennehy. She's our new treasurer, payroll manager. And so what I wanted to mention, because of a question I knew people were eager to ask about payroll, is that the payroll process itself has been ongoing since last July. And a couple of things that I wanted to mention is that when we first got on board with the automated payroll and we started working with it, we spent a lot of time in what they call large picture configuration. So what they do is they look at the city globally and they say, what are all the attributes that are similar, so they can do a very global configuration. And then as we bring each department on, we get into granular configuration. So it took us until about December to get through the global configuration, and then we had to pause a little bit because at that time one of the supports and the treasury person got promoted off to another department, and we were down, and that's when I was able to come to council and have the position that Nicole now has made. So as soon as Nicole accepted the position and stepped into it, I said, here you go, here's time and attendance, and here's Open Gov. And she's done a great job, and I'm gonna let her speak for a couple of minutes. The one thing I will ask her to mention when she gives you an update on what we've accomplished just in the last 2.5 months is that there is a, how did I word this? We do need to implement some, well, I'll let you speak first and then I'll finish.
Good afternoon, or good evening, council. It was nice to meet you. I'm sure I've seen some of you in the hall. As Patrick said, we are implementing time and attendance since February 13th this year when I came on. I've taken it from just global to now pretty much everyone in town hall is either testing, moved on to Train, which is they're doing their timesheets, plus they're doing their electronic timesheets, and then I compare and contrast, and if there's a problem, they get an email from me stating that this is what your paper timesheet looked like, this is what your electronic timesheet looked like, so that they know what they've done or didn't do. I've been available to go out and train. I've Council of Aging, I've been to Recreation within the last few weeks. We've brought in Tim's department on, building. They're in the testing stage right now. We're looking at upgrades to Eunice. We do weekly meetings with HR about different things that we need in the payroll department that HR needs to make it more cohesive and flow between the departments to find better balance.
And I just want to add the last thing I want to mention, because the DPW and the fire and the police all could go on an additional platform, and will need to. But with that said, as the police chief, Georgie, mentioned earlier, they have an existing platform that we believe through Munis will bridge. And so they may already accelerate into the process a lot quicker. But to a couple of your questions earlier, when are we going to go live? There, in the contractual relationship that we have, one of the features that we have is we have a project manager who is totally dedicated to us for this conversion. That project manager is solely for us, and it's helping us accelerate at a rapid speed. However, if we move too quickly once we go live, whether it's let's just say the mayor's office, which has a couple of employees, that means the whole city loses access to support, and we have to move over to regular support. So we have a lot of work still ahead of us, and we're looking at the middle of summer, around after the first of the fiscal year, when we're hoping we can say we've brought configuration far enough that, maybe 70 or 75% of the city will go live at that point, and they'll have had enough time to practice and get themselves up and running. So when we estimated it, we thought it would take about a year. We're a little ahead of schedule, but it's a very viable task. So at this point, we're in it. We just want to be careful to pull the switch because we're on a bi-weekly payroll, and once we pull the switch, everybody's still got to get paid on time.
Mr. Chair?
Councilor?
That answers my question, thank you. I wasn't rushing you, I
No,
was
no,
just
no, no.
curious.
Yeah. No, a lot of people are anxious, and I just wanted to mention that it's been a process that we've all been working really hard with, and I just want to thank the departments for their patience because they're having to work with paper and automation in order to make this successful, and we're getting their full cooperation.
And if I may, if the system breaks down, you have the availability to go back to paper if you need to?
We do.
Good, because that could happen also. That's why I'd rather
Well,
have-
that's one of the phases of going live, Councilor Orman, is you've got to be able to have standards in place so as things become bottlenecked or there's a problem, you can still keep the process moving.
Yes.
It's part of the whole conversion.
Well, thank you for your answers, and again, I wasn't pushing the envelope, I just was curious, because, it's probably be easier for everyone in the long run, but for now, move on the way you need to, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I will save some more, we will have some more questions for you tomorrow evening in the finance. I would like to bring in, we can save any other questions for tomorrow evening. I'd like to bring in the Board of Health next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Director. Also, if you could touch base too on the, for human services as well, we get those out of the way this evening. Human service, that for the social work and all that, that would be under your department as well?
No, Mr. Chair, but certainly we would benefit by having such a position.
Okay, no, I'm sorry, I thought some of that was under the Board of Health, okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you.
So if I may, my budget's level funded, aside from some salary items, which are all contractual except for the substance use prevention person that this body approved back, I want to say in October or thereabouts, as well as a temporary part-time position for a nurse that would help at some of our clinics. That has historically been funded through COVID monies over the last few years that we've been kind enough to benefit from and provide that service. Hopefully it won't be a big lift this year, but we still need some assistance. We have one full-time nurse, as I think you know. So to have another nurse for our clinics, that will allow us 6, 8, or 10 clinics with a couple nurses to do our flu and probably COVID as well.
Councilor?
Just a quick question, John, on the inspections of food establishments, is that all by staff members, or is that contractual as well?
We do about 2/3 on the staff level, and another third is done by food contract consultant.
Thank you, I was just curious. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How are you today?
Good,
Or tonight, I should say. I'm just curious, you said that COVID funds the part-time help, there's COVID money. What does the part-time help do, and how much does that cover?
So historically, as you folks might remember, we benefited from the school nurses coming over initially in March of '20. And then when they went back to work, we were able to still keep a part-time nurse there really most days doing surveillance and follow-up and helping us with clinics and such. But really the demand for COVID vaccine really dropped off the table over really around Christmas time. So we don't have a need for someone in the office. We're not currently doing a lot of clinics, but we anticipate doing them again in the fall.
Okay.
So this would allow us a couple nurses to staff. And 2 nurses usually gets us through a clinic, but one is tough.
So the part-time help is just to alleviate with COVID?
Yeah,
essentially?
Yeah, it's really just for clinics. And if there was a vacation, or God forbid, someone was sick on a clinic day.
Sure. It's just such a small amount, so I was just
Yeah,
wondering,
it is. We've had a relationship with some of the nurses in the city that are retired, know the population. I think they enjoy working with us. We enjoy having them, and hopefully they'll come back and work, what amounts to, 6, 8, or 10 days a year with us. But it's a nice fit for us, and it has been. We've used a few different folks over the past few years, but we've formed some good relationships, and hopefully we can at least drag one of them back to work with us, in the fall a little bit.
how much money is covered by the COVID?
Well, really, the COVID money is gone effectively, as far as we know it historically anyways.
Okay. So do you think 1,200 will cover you for all of FY '24?
Yeah, absent a real twist of fate here that we hope.
No, I hope so. I was curious because I believe you said that it was covered by COVID funding. That's why the amount is so small.
Yeah, the COVID funding of years past is where we were able to fund that service.
Sure, thank you.
Councilor.
Thank you. So, Mr. Garcetti, with the new ruling from the CDC on the second bivalent vaccine for over 65, will you be offering a clinic, even if it's just at the senior center for people?
Yeah, we're hoping to offer COVID vaccine with flu vaccines in the fall.
Okay. And then, do you know, because the substance use prevention coordinator is now a vacant position, if we reduce that back down to step 1, does that, nobody knows whether anybody's going to get hired between now and July 1st?
Yeah, I guess I'm most concerned with starting July 1st, and I'm most concerned that salary as it sits is a challenge. As a matter of fact, interesting story, the topic of salary came up the very first day that this person was at work. So, they came to work and they obviously weren't happy with the salary. And my response was, well, this isn't really a good time to have the salary conversation day 1. But that isn't why she left. She had some obligations with family that really weren't local, and she just couldn't commit. So, so I don't dare move that salary. Now that was first step that the mayor has privilege to go to. Is that what that was, or that was?
My notes say he actually started at step 4, but it's hard to tell for sure because it's the FY '24 budget, and we don't know what the 23 is because there's no money in the line item.
I think it was step 1, right? The mayor has authority to go to step 1.
You can go to step 2.
I thought it was 0, and then he can go to 1, he can go to 2 also.
Second step, wherever it is.
Yeah, second step,
So the
and
first step
I
is 0,
thought-
though, I believe.
I thought I had the sheet where we approved this position, but I don't have it, so I don't remember what the steps were, but I can check it out.
But I was not back before this body looking for additional monies for her, 6 weeks ago, I know that, so we did whatever the mayor was allowed to do administratively.
Let me see if I can find. Well, there is no 50607 in the current budget, so I don't know where this person's was being paid from.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes.
So the transfer that's before the Finance Committee right now would fund the $9,000 transfers before the Finance Committee would be funding, because we approved the salary ordinance and did not approve any money. So that's the transfer that we probably don't have to take up right now.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none? All right, thank you, Director.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll get through one more, the inspectional services. Director Tway, Commissioner Tway, rather.
Also going to bring Priscilla.
No, thank you, because we have a question on the Fort Meadow. Oh, I'm sorry, page 62, but you had a question, Katie, on, Councilor Rubio, on the Fort Meadows? That was 112 for Fort Meadows.
On. The in-state travel went up $600. And we had done a transfer of $1,200.
Yes.
But you've only spent the original $1,200, so I was curious why it's going up again, and what travel Fort Meadow
Oh, this is for
staff
Fort Meadow, not
does.
for you. Yeah.
No,
Oh,
sorry.
and maybe Diane can-
I was told conservation. I think usually it's the mayor that covers Fort Meadow, but
Yeah, I just know about the weed stuff. I don't know about
okay,
that.
yeah, weeds I understand. I know
Yeah,
that weeds
yeah,
are
yeah.
horrible. It's just the travel that I was like, why did they need to travel? But I can hold on it if she does not know, or if
It's my understanding, and I can get clarification for tomorrow night's meeting, there are 3 members of the commission that are given a stipend for patrolling the lake or doing certain duties, whatever those duties may entail. They receive a stipend. And we recently approved a transfer, and I believe it was to get it up to $1,800. I can confirm that tomorrow night, but that's what that's for.
okay. So it's really not in-state travel,
But it's
in
boat, it's
water
boat
travel?
yeah.
Right, that was just like.
It's a
the
stipend.
generic,
Yeah, okay.
Account used at the time, but that's what it's a stipend.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Navin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the weed control and the increase, I know it's been a concern of a lot of folks on the lake. Can you talk a little, is it just increasing the service? Is there something additional that's being done for the extra 7,000?
No, something else is being done. There's 2 weeds that we're dealing with.
Yep.
Milfoil was sort of the predominant one for a very long time. We always had a little bit of fanwort, but not a lot. Last year, we did treat for a little bit more fanwort, And then at the end of the season, the fan wort was much more prominent.
Okay.
It's a different chemical. We have to use 2 different chemicals to treat the lake for that. So it's a more costly chemical, so.
Okay, and then,
When we can only treat a small portion of the lake, it's not like we can, the milfoil is a different chemical, so you can treat the whole lake, but for the fan wort, you have to, you can treat it, and it has to, you can't do that area again for another 3 years.
okay.
So
Right.
it's just a different process.
And with the drawdown being useful not only for, people who want to do maintenance, but also for, killing of weeds, with it being a mild winter, are you guys expecting there to be kind of a less effective? I know that in some of our reservoir drawdowns, right, you don't get the 10 days of really cold weather, so you're not getting things killed. Are you guys anticipating needing more efforts there?
I think they're going to do a survey in the next couple weeks, and we'll see how things have, every year's different. It, depends on how many sunny days and how many, how cold it gets and all that stuff, so.
Okay,
It's not-
thanks, Priscilla.
You're welcome.
Any further questions for Commissioner?
We're going to move from the Fort Meadow budget into the building commissioner budget, is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Commissioner Tway is right here.
So we on
Page
page
62.
63?
What's that?
Are we on page 63 right now?
Page
What's the
62?
page number?
63.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, 62, 63, yeah.
Okay, just double checking. Chair Irish?
Oh, yeah, Councilor Ford.
Thank you. A few questions. I know it's late, so keeping it tight. One was around, I know you said that the city's extended hours, but people are using this online service, and that's worked out really well. You see that moving forward going to be like the best way to engage people?
Yes. We find it's more efficient. We're making it easier for people to obtain permits. The expedited service, we're providing better level service, and that allows us to train my staff also and get a better product out there and better compliance. So we're very happy with the open gov system. It still has its little quirks and things that we're working on. We're still tweaking it, but
Okay,
overall-
Mark Gibbs left, so you can tell us.
Yeah, we find it working very well overall, so.
Okay. And then I know it was mentioned in the overview, and I'll save conservation until other people have building questions, but there's still 2 open positions.
Yes.
Are those posted? What's the status on that?
We are currently interviewing for the senior clerk position. We interviewed 3 people this morning. Well, actually, we scheduled 3 people, only 2 showed up. So we can continue that process. I think we'll have about 5 to 6 candidates that we can pick from that should be able to fill that position shortly. And then there's another position as a building inspector. I do have a candidate, but we're going to focus on that also, so we can fill that position. We recently, in that position, it's a local inspector position. Its exact title is Assistant Building Inspector. And so we hope to fill that one shortly also. And then we should have a full staff. We recently hired a plumbing inspector. We have a full-time plumbing inspector now. We were working with the assistant, which was part-time, and that's why there's just some transfers of money to cover those costs. And that's why some of the adjustments were done with the line items for assistant plumbing inspector and assistant wiring inspector.
Thank you.
While we're on the assistants, I was just curious, how many hours a week do they work? I noticed they're both at 35,000.
A little bit skewed, but what before, the original amount on the budget was like $10,000. That basically covered when a plumbing inspector or wiring inspector was out for vacation or sick time. So with the increase in construction and activities going on, he was overloaded, and so we were using that as an overflow. And then when we didn't have a plumbing inspector, we used him quite a bit more. So that's why there was increases in there. And then we also adjusted, we're having trouble hiring, so we adjusted their salaries, not salaries, but their rate of pay. So they get paid per inspection or per hour. So that's why there's an increase in the values there.
Okay, so they're tallied by hours or by job?
Yeah, it's by job, but the way the system works for the payroll,
says by hour.
So it's not like a salary of 35 a
No,
year?
it's as needed, and if we don't need them, then we won't use them, but that's why it's set up that way.
And you could use another enforcement agent, because there's just so much enforcement out there that I think we're wearing down as Wilderman, but
So,
again.
I did restructure the department, how it functions, so Pam Wilderman is the main code enforcement officer, but I utilize all three inspectors to do that aspect part-time. So they cover areas, it's more efficient, and we have more coverage that way.
I know you divided east, west, and
Yes.
central, so, good, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Are we able to move to conservation? Are we doing them both together?
It's the same budget.
I know, well, I was different, I was gonna flip my page, I didn't wanna prevent anyone from continuing to talk, for building, I know it's in the same department. I just wanted to say thank you, Priscilla, I know there's been a lot of exciting activity, that you've been working on, and it was great to read all the highlights. I know I've bothered you a million times about the open space plan, I'm so glad that it's close, I know you've been pulled into so many different directions, and, you do so much for the city, so I'm really thrilled about that, and I hope it's submitted, to the council as something that everyone reads and is on an agenda, because I want to see all the public input. I think that's really great. My question was around, let's see, with the staffing. I know you mentioned that
We just have a new staff who started today, so
Okay.
my time should be little, I should be able to do the other things I should do.
Well, I know many of us thank Susan Brown for her 35 years of service, and I know you two are very close, so I'm glad to see that that is adding capacity to your department. That was a concern of mine, just to make sure that, you had
As of
support.
today, the light is the light is there.
Yeah, except for the last 5 hours, right? But yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We're all set for this evening. I will entertain a motion to adjourn, and then we will continue tomorrow evening. We have a lot to still cover, the financial, clerks, et cetera. So I will entertain a motion.
I move to adjourn.
All in favor? You're adjourned at 10:20 PM. Thank you. 11:20. Did I say 10:20? 11:20.